I heard actually mixed reviews on Joleen.
Oh, Joleen was excellent. What are they saying?
Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Where did you find her?
Jodi Hildebrandt would say, oh, I am being stalked. I've been stalked 16 times. Help me, help me. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. Which, by the way, this is pity play. We need to talk about pity play. Maybe I'll do another video on it. But Sociopath Next Door, Dr. Martha Stout, who wrote that book, stated people always ask her what the number one thing is if they're looking for a sociopath or a psychopath. And she said, everyone wants me to say some nefarious detail, some wicked thing that you can see if someone's really evil or really not. She said, there's none of that. What it is pity play. If somebody is always the victim, if someone is always trying to reach for your sympathy, if someone is always trying to get your pity, it's likely there's a problem.
I wanted someone who was good at pretty much everything, and like, because it's going to be on the news and on TV and stuff, like, I don't want to brag, but I think they wanted someone decent looking.
Toxic people are trying to get things. They're not being toxic for no reason. They're gaining something out of how they operate. That's why they operate like that, because they get something. As soon as you find that out, you'll be able to cut off what they're getting, and they will leave. Yeah.
Where's Meredith Marks when I need her?
The rumors, the nastiness, the rumors, the nastiness. You want me to go there with her husband? I can go there. You can leave.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I hate to seem like a petty individual for picking apart lies, but Jussie Smollett gonna keep lying until you say we don't believe you. Like, it's important in the checks and balances of the universe that liars not get to make complete narratives for themselves.
If you like what you see, come and get it with me. I know you deserve all you want, 'cause your heart's made of gold, but don't wait till you're old. If you want it, I get you some.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Stand-up comedian and pop culture vulture Joleen Lunzer here for another No Offense, All Offense. Happy Wednesday, January 7th. So good to see you guys in the chat. Let me make sure I turned off my background music here. I did not, so we're gonna just lower that. Hello. Smash that like on your way in. Please hit that subscribe. If you want to support the channel further than liking or subscribing, you can do what all these beautiful, lovely pumpkin spice babies did and join the membership. Miss Always Right, thank you for joining the membership. Sally Doll, Jill Not Wendy, Carolina Hurtado. I gotta hit some super chat sounds there. Chuck Anderson's granddaughter, thank you so much. Kiwi Wendy, Steph, Michelle, Stacy Ray. Oh my goodness, I'm not worthy. Pamela, son of a bat. Mom Interrupted. I'm loving these names. I know YouTube messed with the names, but I'm loving it. You can also send a super chat while we're live here on YouTube. I'll highlight your comment. It's a great way to tip the channel, or you can hit me up on the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Thank you to those of you who have done that. And you don't have to do any of those things, but if you choose to, they're there. Otherwise, you can just watch, chat in the live chat, whatever you feel comfortable with. Andy Kopsa, thank you so much for becoming a member. My wonderful mod, Steven, and I were messaging, and I owe him a message about when we're going to do our next members. Maybe we'll try to squeeze one in tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a packed day because tomorrow we have the Traitors season 4 premiere, and I am beyond excited, you guys. I'm so excited. I'm going to pee my pants. Like, I'm so excited. It's like one of my favorite shows, and I just love it. And it's so fun. It's so fun to roast. It's so fun to recap. It's amazing. So let me see. Steven. Okay, so maybe Steven, maybe early-ish. Yes, early-ish. I'm multitasking and texting him back. Yes, early-ish. Oops, I can't even spell early-ish. what time. I have to ask him what time is early for him because I am West Coast, he's East Coast. You guys don't need to know all this, but welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see you guys. We had such a fun live last night. I say fun because you guys make it fun. All right. But I literally had the headache from hell after covering and roasting the, what's her name, Meeegan video. Okay. I feel like I was hit by a truck or something. So I don't even have my period and I popped some Midol. I was like, I need caffeine. I need ibuprofen. I need all the things. I think Meeegan bloated me too. Meeegan might have given me a second period this month. You know what I mean? That's how crazy it was. So I'm drinking water, obviously. Hopefully you guys have your own beverage and you're wearing something very comfy. All right. So if I seem a little off today, it's Meeegan's fault. Okay. She comatose me. She gave me a second period. She threw me out of perimenopause, straight into menopause, but still with a period. You know, a lot of things are happening. Blue Jay says, oh, Meeegan, you demon. She probably got a voodoo doll. I don't know. Something's going on. Some of these cuckoos have cursed me or something. So help me. Help me, Rhonda. Okay. Midol. B-Pop says Midol is Tom Sandoval's hangover cure. Oh my God. That's scary. I know it's probably true, but it's also very scary. Like, Tom, stop appropriating our lady stuff. You don't even like ladies.
Have some remorse. Have some sensitivity.
I am. No, you aren't, Tom. If there's ever missing Midol and some dude is taking it, we're going to revolt. Okay? We're coming for you. If you want to pull that. Knock it off, Tom. Knock it off. Okay. So we had a good time yesterday. We have so much to talk about today. I watched the Jodi Hildebrandt Netflix documentary. So I do want to talk about a little about that. If you guys have watched it, sound off in the chat. I do want to talk a little bit about Traitors. They're doing a lot of promotion going into it. And they have Bob the Drag Queen and Boston Rob doing like a preview. I wish NBC Universal wouldn't strike me and we could watch it together and react to it, but I might just play the audio of it. So they're really hyping us up for this new season. Again, it'll premiere tomorrow night, 8 Central, 6 Pacific. I am going to go live directly after the first episode. They're going to drop 3 episodes at once, but I don't want to have to roast and recap 3 episodes. So I'm just going to do the premiere immediately after, and then I'll go watch the other 2, and then I'll come back Friday early afternoon and we'll roast up episodes 2 and 3. And then we have Traitors episodes every Thursday dropping on Peacock. And we have them, I think I got the schedule here for the Traitors. So they're dropping 3 episodes tomorrow, January 8th. Also, shout out to my grandpa. Shout out to Grandpa Wally. It's his birthday, his heavenly birthday, because he's no longer with us, but he's such an idol. We still celebrate his birthday. And then January 15th, we get episodes 4 and 5. And then the next Thursday, January 22nd, we get episode 6. And then we get 1 episode every Thursday until February 26th, which will be the finale, episode 11, plus the reunion. Okay. And all episodes are going to be dropping on Peacock at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 p.m. Pacific. Hopefully I got that all right. So I'm excited. And I'm excited that a lot of you watch it and we'll be able to watch this together. And even if you haven't watched it, even if you don't plan to watch it, join us. We have fun. We have joy. We have fun. We have seasons in the sun. We have a good time. So check that out. We want to talk about that. Did you guys also see today that Alan Jackson has stepped down as Nick Reiner's attorney? So they had a follow-up hearing. He removed himself. He did do a little press conference as well after. So I thought that was very interesting. Now he's going to be, I believe, a public defender. So it looks like, let's go into the water. It's dry. The well is run dry. probably in, I think someone was saying Alan Jackson charges $2,000 an hour for his amazing services. Yes, the print that, Monica. He's like, print that. So everyone's kind of talking about this. And the family was supposed to make a statement. I don't know if they did yet because I started getting ready for my live. So I'm not sure. But according to the New York Times here, Nick Reiner's lawyer removes himself from the murder case. Mr. Reiner, who is charged with killing his parents, will now be represented by a public defender. His arraignment has been rescheduled for next month. So they're going to come back in February. The high-profile criminal defense lawyer representing Nick Reiner removed himself from the case on Wednesday, a few weeks after prosecutors accused Mr. Reiner of killing his parents, the Hollywood director Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner. The significant departure was announced during a hearing in Los Angeles Superior Court where Mr. Reiner, wearing a brown jumpsuit, was set to be arraigned on 2 counts of first-degree murder. It may suggest that the Reiner family, Nick has 2 siblings, has distanced itself from Mr. Reiner and his legal case, at least financially. Mr. Reiner did not enter a plea on Wednesday, but spoke once in court saying he agreed to delay his arraignment. He had been represented by Alan Jackson, a well-known lawyer whose clients included Harvey Weinstein and Kevin Spacey. Don't forget Karen Reed, okay? She's my favorite of that. Harvey Weinstein, no thanks. But Alan's got to work. He's a defense attorney, okay? Let's see. So it's rescheduled for, or postponed or whatever, delayed until February 23rd, where Nick will be represented by a public defender. After conferring with the judge in her chambers, Mr. Jackson said in the courtroom that we feel we have no choice but to withdraw from the case. In a news conference after the hearing, Mr. Jackson said he had been forced to do so because of circumstances beyond his control. I'm assuming, all we can do is assume at this point, but I'm assuming it's money. After, representing Karen Reed for so long and not, getting paid there because Karen, she lost everything going through that multiple trials. So I'm assuming he's like, I can't work for free again. I can't do that. But he did say outside in a press conference, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder, he said. Print that. That's what Alan Jackson said outside of the courthouse. Nathan J. Hochman, the Los Angeles County District Attorney, said in a brief news conference that he was confident a jury would find ultimately convict Mr. Reiner for the brutal murder of his parents. Mr. Reiner was arrested December 14th, the same day his parents were found, stabbed to death inside their home in the Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles. Rob Reiner, 78, and the director of beloved films like This Is Spinal Tap, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally. Michelle Singer, 70, was a photographer and producer. They had 3 children together. Jake, Nick, obviously, the middle child here in question for their deaths, and Romy, 28. Immediately after Reiner's arrest, lawyers for the Reiner family arranged for Mr. Jackson to take this case, said a person with knowledge of the situation who spoke to the New York Times on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive information. The person emphasized that the change in Mr. Reiner's representation had nothing to do with Mr. Jackson's performance, said he had been professional throughout the process. So it was nothing. They weren't like, oh, Alan Jackson sucks. We're going with the public defender. It wasn't that at all. They said he was very professional, which we know. We know. We've watched Alan Jackson work. Okay. And when he's cooking, he's cooking. In a statement to the Times, a spokesman for the Reiner family said they had the utmost trust in the legal process and will not comment further on matters related to the legal proceedings. The public defender's office found out on Tuesday that it would be taking over Mr. Reiner's case. Ms. Green told reporters on Wednesday that she had spoken briefly with Mr. Reiner, but not with his family. Lori Levinson, a professor at Loyola Law School and a former federal prosecutor, said that Ms. Green had been one of her students and that she had closely followed her career. One of the best, Professor Levinson said of Ms. Green. She's got a lot of experience. She's smart. She's ethical. She knows the Los Angeles justice system. People tend to sort of say, oh, it's a public defender. She's a really great lawyer and chose to be a public defender because that's where her passion was. Professor Levinson said the change in Mr. Reiner's legal representation had not completely surprised her. Many factors could have prompted it, she said, including an uncooperative client. They had to lawyer up very quickly, even before I think everyone knew all the aspects of the case, she said, to the extent that the family funds are being used for the lawyer, obviously. The family can't control what the lawyer does. So that can get a little unsettling. The state charges against Mr. Reiner included the aggravating factor of multiple murders, meaning that if he is convicted, he could face life in prison without the chance of parole or the death penalty. Prosecutors have not said whether they would seek capital punishment. Governor Gavin Newsom put a moratorium on executions in California in 2019. When Mr. Reiner made a brief court appearance last month, Mr. Jackson agreed to postpone the arraignment so he could review more of the evidence. At the time, Mr. Jackson told reporters that there were very complex and serious issues associated with the case that needed time to be examined. Over the years, Mr. Reiner spoke openly about his struggles. We've heard a lot about this, a lot of speculation regarding, his substance abuse and stuff, with drug abuse and bouts of homelessness. He worked with his father on a 2016 movie loosely based on their sometimes strained relationship. Since, a lot of clips from these interviews and podcasts they did during that time promoting that movie have surfaced, where people are drawing a lot of, conclusions, speculating a lot. When Mr. Hochman, the district attorney, announced the charges, he said the case would be particularly difficult to prosecute because of the intimacy between the victims and the accused. These cases involving family members are some of the most challenging and most heart-wrenching cases that our office faces, he said. So that's the latest on that. Alan Jackson is out and public defender is in. So, but very interesting. I can, at this time, I can only guess or speculate, but I'd be interested to see what you guys think in the comments when Alan Jackson, spoke out after saying, print that. Okay. And saying that he is, what was his exact quote again? Let me scroll back up. That Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder, he said. Print that. Huh. I don't know. Not guilty. Okay. What do you guys think he means by that? I mean, it means he's not guilty, but what is he basing it on? What does he know that we don't know? Could this be, because due to, some temporary insanity, drug psychosis? You can only speculate, unfortunately. So, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Silly says, no idea. Evelyn's not guilty due to insanity. Maybe. Oh, you're welcome for putting what I'm reading on screen, Lindsay. No worries. Otter says because of circumstances like mental health, etc. is my guess. Yeah, that's a pretty good guess. Blue Jay said he could be basing that on his mental state. If he was temporarily insane, he could. Good catch, Micah. He didn't say innocent. So, Classic Overthinker says med switched. Yeah, there's all this talk of him having a schizophrenia diagnosis, and allegedly his medications may have been changed recently. So again, until anything you see on this is going to be highly, highly speculative. I'm sure there's many channels who are going to run with this and just start putting out all of these, videos about new information, and they don't know anything. They don't know anything more than we know. It's all just to get those clicks and views about the case, So not taking his meds, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yanni says, not guilty is not the same as innocent. Attorneys are wordsmiths. Yeah, and Alan Jackson is the wordsmith of wordsmiths when it comes to that. Him, Bob Alessi, you know, Yannetti. Oh, God, I miss Yannetti. I had like a little baby, itty bitty, tiny crush on Yannetti. And I never thought that would happen. What? Okay, just like a little itty bitty, tiny baby crush on Yannetti. There's something about that guy. Something about that guy, watching him during the Karen Reed trial. I was like, okay. Yeah, smash that like Jen is saying, if you haven't already. So that's the only thing we know. Mm-hmm. We might have to get into Duty Ron today. You guys, I've been promising, and then something else comes up. So I think we'll venture into the Duty Ron later. I need a little break. Mm-hmm. Thank you for not thinking I'm weird. B Palms. How could you not crush on Yannetti? He just seems like he has like a heart, and he's smart, and he's tall. He's not afraid to cry. Okay, I know you guys want Duty Ron, so we'll get there. Okay, because man, it can't be worse than Meeegan. It cannot be worse than the Meegster.
My next question is, why are there people shaming LaurenMatthias for doing a 9-hour live stream, but those same people are still out here doing 3, 4, and 5-hour lives about it after months? The number of hours they've spent on this content is way more than 9 hours.
We can all see the differences.
Yeah.
I just can't, you guys. Also, I had an anonymous tipster send me something last night, something that LaurenMatthias said a while back, and it reminded them of something I said during my live last night. But how things have changed since Lauren has said this and her little stance, you know. So I put it together with what they sent me, and then with my clip that they said reminded me of this. And this is from when LaurenMatthias had Annie on stage. Okay. Annie Elise, you know, Grayson's now arch nemesis, who she talks shit about in the DMs, to Cece Suarez. Shout out to Cece Suarez. And it's really interesting. So just take a look at what I'm saying, or it's not what I'm saying, what they're saying. Okay. Well, it's what I'm saying. And then what Lauren is saying, and just how much from that time, Lauren's really not living by her words. So yeah, it's all going down in the DMs, Larissa. It go down in the DMs. So let's take a look. People can have opinions. Also, no one is above critique. I don't know who told these idiots why their heads are so big that they think they're above critique, or they're above, questioning. If you agree with everything someone does, you're probably in a cult. Or if you feel like you have to agree with everything someone does, you're probably in a cult. And if you have a little lady like Grayson hitting you up, going, yeah, what are you doing? You don't understand. You better be, whatever she's messaging people. It's weird, Grayson. How do people have this much time?
Go back to the whole, what do you do to avoid extremists? And if I don't say this, I'm going to regret it. But enjoy friends that you can disagree with. One thing we need more in this world is friends that will disagree with us. So if you ever find yourself in an echo chamber, only wanting to hang out with people that agree with you, or listen to things where you can agree with everything, check yourself. Go find a friend you disagree with and embrace them.
Okay, literally, I'm the complete opposite. I have one friend, and that's my sister, and we agree on everything.
I'm speaking to you then.
Someone told me that Grayson went home for the holidays. I mean, a month ago, I probably would have been like, oh, good, there's some hope for her. I don't think so. I just don't think there's no hope with dope. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I think this is the type of gal that she likes this. She likes this kind of drama for your mama. She likes feeling important and kind of bullying people and hitting them up in the DMs and going, I'll talk shit about them, but off the record. So here's what I say. And now I'm going to say off the record. And you're like, what? It just seems like people who were good to Grayson, you know, then she wants to message, you know, whether it be Gigi, Mindy, you know, Annie Elise. She wants to talk shit about her. And, oh, she was such a bad boss. It's like, what, you're telling Cece Suarez, shout out to Chelsea, who doesn't even know you or care, who's one of Annie Elise's friends, and you're trying to talk shit about her friend? Are you crazy, lady? I mean, Grayson, you gotta knock it off. Grayson thinks she's a thug. Grayson's like, baby, because I'm a thug. She is Tony Soprano behind the scenes. I mean, ooh, times have changed. With Lauren being like, surround yourself with people who don't necessarily think like you, who think differently. We don't really practice what we preach. And apparently, you know, Lauren said this while sitting across from Annie Elise at some, I'm assuming maybe like a live podcast or some event in Salt Lake City. And by this time, as Lauren was sitting across from Annie Elise telling her, yeah, you gotta, you know, you gotta have, you can't be in an echo chamber. You gotta have friends who challenge you. But we see what Lauren does to friends who challenge her. It's big talk from a lady who, when she's challenged, she's like, I feel threatened. Leave me alone. And then she slaps you with a cease and desist. A cease and desist. You sent a cease and desist. And apparently when this occurred, now again, everything I say is true except for the parts that are false. Everything's alleged and for entertainment purposes only. You know? Okay. But apparently when she was saying this and sitting across from Annie Elise, she had already poached Grayson, Annie's employee, and she sat across the stage from her, and allegedly, according to my source, Annie had no idea. Allegedly. That's diabolical. We were talking about diabolical last night. That's diabolical. Okay. To poach from your friends, and now that employee, Grayson, or cult member, whatever you want to call her, now she spends her time in the DMs trying to paint Annie Elise as some horrible boss. Allegedly. Which Cece Suarez has shown us in the DMs that Grayson was like, off the record. It's off the record. And she's like, baby girl, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. So, and yes, good point. Sometimes I can't keep up. I forget everything that they're doing because it's so much. And stealing Annie's work. So she poached Annie's employee. She then goes on to steal Annie's work. Her thumbnails are looking very Annie Elise-like. But don't worry, guys. She doesn't want to be Annie Elise. No. Everyone is jealous of Lauren. It's not enough. She doesn't want to have all Annie's success. No.
You're despicable.
She's in the spotlight, as Meeegan told us.
It's an urban legend that never happened.
So it's a HTC Fatal Attraction. Yes, Amy. We got some. I mean, Annie, you might want to get one of them TROs, one of them cease and desist. Okay. LC Charm 69. Thank you so much for the $5. Says, please keep roasting Lauren, Jan, Meeegan, and Trisha. I got some Trisha videos that we're going to go over too. So it's so much. I can't even keep up with these cuckoo birds, you guys. And then thank you, R Wood 1 for becoming a member. Thank you, Michelle's 3 boys for the super sticker. Oregon Kelly coming in with a membership. Thank you so much. Indiana girl Jules, so good to see you. Thank you for the 10. Says, welcome back. Glad you were able to get your reset. Can't wait for Traitors and season 2 of The Pit. I know. I still haven't finished season 1 because after that one episode with the kid, I cried so much. I'm like, I need a break. And I still got to go back and watch the finale. So, but such a good show. The Pit on HBO with Noah Wiley. Oh my God. So good. So much new things to watch. Aquarius season. It's very close. We're going to give the Capricorns their time right now, but it is very close. Thank you, Indiana Girl Jules. Evelyn, thank you for the 10. I'm so excited for your Traitors coverage. Thanks, Evelyn, you little sweetie. Mickey Brink, thank you for becoming a new member. And AKA that cat lady, thank you for the 10. Says Annie's video on Jodi was coded. Jodi equals John. Ruby equals Lauren. Children equals victims. I equals Annie. The white words are Annie's official statement. And she says why is why she had to do it like this. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch her latest on the Jodi Hildebrandt. Thank you. Good to see you, Hella. Shout out to Excited Utterance, gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Congratulations to those of you who received a membership. That was very sweet of you. Thank you so much. All right, let's talk about this Jodi Hildebrandt documentary on Netflix. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so Netflix had dropped, I think at the end of December, they dropped their documentary called Evil Influencer, the Jodi Hildebrandt story. And it details the events that led to the arrest and conviction of former child therapist Jodi Hildebrandt and parenting YouTuber Ruby Franke for aggravated child abuse. All right. And we know Dr. John, he might have a little history with the Jodi Hildebrandt it's weird that they wouldn't talk about that. I mean, they talk about everything else, falling out of cars, herding buffalo, surviving grizzly bears and mountain lions and their first marriages, or I should say, John, I don't think he was married before, but Lauren's first marriage, John's high school honors, like they talk about everything, but they haven't really talked about Jodi. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong if they have. And John's, association with Jodi at one time. But so this documentary basically shifts the narrative from Ruby Franke, who was the more famous online personality. She was the family vlogger, which don't even get me started on family vlogs. Okay. To Jodi Hildebrandt, exploring her controversial therapy practices and the manipulative techniques she used to control clients and eventually control Franke's family. And it always shocks me just how many families Jodi was able to just eviscerate, and how her lack of boundaries, and how Ruby believed that Jodi was somehow some godlike being, some higher power, some visionary, where these women who were getting, therapy from Jodi were kicking out their own damn husbands for years on end. Jodi's like, your husband's got to go. And they're like, what? Yeah, maybe for a year, maybe forever. Did he look at the corn, at the PORN? He's got to go. Did he think about the PORN? He's got to go. Has he thought about vagina? He's got to go. Get rid of him. And I'm like, oh my God. And it is uncanny, the resemblance between John and Jodi Hildebrandt. And a lot of people have pointed that out previously with his, psychologist reacts. And we're like, Johnny, you kind of looking like Jodi. So put your tinfoil hats on. Maybe they're related. We don't know. We haven't seen any proof that they're not related. But he kind of looks like her. I know I have a picture here that, maybe this one. Is that one going to pull up for me? Where it's like, Jodi? Is that you, Jodi? Jodi? That might be Jodi. The resemblance is crazy. Super, super crazy. But watching this documentary, again, hearing from Jodi's victims, who she claimed, she was helping as her clients, seeing again Jodi building this, or living in this palatial estate in Utah like a 10,000 plus square foot home where, I mean, just unthinkable things were done to Ruby Frankie's 2 of her children. And just the way Jodi would isolate, you know, especially Ruby, but, you know, other women from their families and from their husbands. It's crazy. Okay, John, you got to come down. John, Jodi, you got to come down. So People magazine has highlighted 6 shocking bombshells. I was like, I wonder if their bombshells were the same as what I thought were bombshells. Let's take a look what People magazine, they said 6 shocking bombshells from the evil influencer, the Jodi Hildebrandt story, including how she allegedly attempted to hide evidence of her child abuse. Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie, I keep wanting to call her Rudy, were arrested for aggravated child abuse in August 2023. Okay, there's the Jodester sitting there. Here's what People thinks you need to know. Jodi Hildebrandt's crimes with Ruby Frankie have been retold, excuse me, in the 2025 documentary Evil Influencer, the Jodi Hildebrandt story on Netflix. The Netflix film included interviews with Hildebrandt's former therapy clients, her colleagues, and authorities. And I will say the main detective on this case, she looks so young, and she's just like gorgeous, and every time she's stunning. This detective, every time I see her, I'm like, that's a detective? That ain't Bobby Joe. I don't think that's Bobby Joe, you know. Bobby Joe would never. Hildebrandt and Frankie are both serving prison sentences for aggravated child abuse. The Netflix documentary Evil Influencer, the Jodi Hildebrandt story, examines the life of Jodi Hildebrandt, including her controversial therapy practices and her arrest for child abuse. Hildebrandt did not participate in the documentary, which hit the streamer on December 30th, but several of her former clients and colleagues shared candid interviews about her counseling business. Connections, spelled CONNEXIONS. Oh boy. I mean, if you see that, keep scrolling. Any of these cute spellings for therapy stuff, no, we're not doing that. Hildebrandt became a prominent figure in Utah as a therapist in the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ community. In 2019, she merged forces with Ruby and Kevin Frankie and their 6 children. And they had that 8 passengers YouTube account, just disgusting, who created content for their widely popular YouTube channel, 8 Passengers. Hildebrandt and Ruby's working relationship eventually became personal. I mean, they were in the same room. Ruby kicked her husband out, and she was like, listen, Jodi and I are going to be in the master or in the homeowner suite. Okay. We're in the homeowner's bedroom. I don't know where you're going to sleep. And eventually they kicked him out of the house. But before then, hearing how they justified it. And it was, you know, Jodi was their therapist. And then she started having just these breakdowns and seeing shit. And then Ruby's like, I better move her in to our bedroom. Okay. And she's waking up and screaming at night, which never a good sign for your therapist. Also never a good sign if your therapist is like, I got to move in. That's definitely a red flag. Okay. There's boundaries again that were crossed. And then her husband was saying, yeah, they would be up there for hours and hours. And then they would come out of the bedroom really happy. Elated. I'm like,
Huh?
Okay. All right. That would be, I don't know. I would be like, no, you got to go, girl. But they had all of these couples kind of snowed. And, you know, especially the women, it seemed like Jodi's main focus was to just defame the men, turn them into these horrible preverts. You know, he's a pervert. I'm moving in with your wife now, bitch. Like, she was just stealing. She was like, Mr. Steal Your Girl. She just came in. She was like, she's mine now. And they're like, I think she talked to God. And you're like, no, she doesn't. She doesn't. She's a sicko. But I digress, you guys. It was crazy. So So they merged forces in 2019 and eventually became personal, and Ruby moved with her 4 youngest children into Hildebrandt's home in Ivins, Utah in 2023. While raising the kids together, Ruby and Hildebrandt abused the 2 youngest children with harsh punishments and torture, according to Ruby's journal that was later confiscated. So everything that the kids claimed, it wasn't hard for, the detectives and for it to be proven, because Jodi put it all in a journal, which I guess is something that, according to this documentary, is encouraged with a lot of the LDS community, to journal everything, write everything down. Okay. And what we know from the LaurenMatthias thing, maybe that's why Lauren's writing all these text messages and mean stuff about everyone. She's like, that's how I was raised. Write it all down. Okay. But not everything needs to be written down. Not everything. But it was very helpful in this case. But when the little son escapes and he goes and knocks on the neighbor's doors, and he finally gets that older couple, apologies, I don't remember their name, the man that comes out, and the man is so disturbed by what he's seeing on how emaciated the boy is, and the duct tape on his ankles and the sores, and the clear indication that he has been, tied down, handcuffed, like horrible. The man gets so choked up every time I hear that police call, because I've watched a couple things, a couple Datelines or whatever on this. It's just, it just takes your breath away, because you see this, this grown man looking at this child being like, holy shit, this poor boy has went through so much. And it brought the man to just, he couldn't, I mean, who could look at that and not get emotional? He was trying to not, let, I'm sure, the little son, her 12-year-old son, notice. But in the 12-year-old son, I mean, they had him so brainwashed, and he believed that he was bad, and he believed he should go to the police, because that's what these monstrous bitches were telling this little boy, that he was bad. And he believed that. And this little boy is a hero. The bravery that he had to keep trying to fight and escape, but also, still so indoctrinated and brainwashed to believe, well, I got to get out of here, but if I got to go to jail, which they're saying in the then come take me. So this little boy at the age of 12 knows that jail would be better for him than being with his mother and this weirdo Jodi Hildebrandt lady. It's just beyond sad. So he does escape, and a neighbor alerted the police, and then they arrested Ruby and Hildebrandt. And Jodi, watching her arrest video again, the body cam, and Ruby was trance-like. She didn't speak. She was like a weird Stepford wife, and she just looked straight on, because she truly believed that what they were doing was the right thing by her children. And then it only took, a little bit of time away from Jodi in jail before Ruby was like, maybe that wasn't what you do. It's like, that is how dangerous these, cult-like people are. How they can get you. Some of these organizations and some of these religions, at their most extreme, can get you to turn against your family, your children, for this lady. Like this lady? Ugh. Yucky. So, both Hildebrandt and Ruby pleaded guilty to 4 of 6 counts of aggravated child abuse, and are now each serving 4 to 60 years in prison. However, they won't serve more than 30 years due to a Utah law regarding consecutive sentences. Oh, gosh. can we do something to overturn that? Just lock them away forever. People like this, there's no coming back. So the first thing they're saying is Hildebrandt bent teachings from the Church of Latter-day Saints. Years before Hildebrandt joined forces with the Franke family, she launched the relationship counseling business Connections, which really sounds like that name. Connections sounds like those 1-800 numbers that used to be on late at night. And they're like, hey, it's me, Lizzie. Yeah, I'm just sitting in my bra waiting for you to call. What's going on? I have matching lingerie. Yeah, me and my lingerie are waiting for you to call. Call now. I want to talk to you. That's what it's giving. It's giving like those creepy Connections where guys thought they were calling and talking to some hot model, but it was, just a lady smoking cigarettes in a house coat, possibly a dude just being like, yeah, baby. Yeah. You looking good. Yeah. Make your pants rise for me. That's what that name's giving. It's gross. So she launched this in 2007. The now defunct organization was specifically targeted toward married couples and their families who were part of the LDS Church. However, Hildebrandt would use the teachings of the LDS Church to justify her conclusions and harsh suggestions. And those are the most dangerous people, who will justify like horrendous behavior with teachings of a church or God. It's the most manipulative and disgusting thing that you can do. Like it's so bad. Jodi was so good at taking vulnerable people who were coming to her because they were not in a great place in their lives and framing it in a religious context that kind of fit enough with other stuff they've been taught, and then pushing them to do things that I know a normal therapist wouldn't be encouraging people to do, Washington County Attorney Eric Clark explained in Evil Influencer. Family and marriage therapist Natasha Helfer shared that Hildebrandt found success in an area of mental health that was very aligned with church teachings and specifically focused on areas of addiction and sexuality. I mean, and then the stuff they were showing when these two got together, Ruby and Jodi, and, put their businesses together and started doing videos and things together. And then they're like on a jet ski, like, and they're smiling, and they just look like a scary couple. They look like they're dating, and just knowing now all the horrible things they were doing while smiling, going, join us on Connections. Ha, ha, ha. Want to kick your husband out of the house and move in a more problematic lady? Join us. Jodi was just trying not to pay rent or a mortgage until she could rob these people of their money through her expensive therapy. I mean, you have people in this documentary admitting to paying $50,000 for this shit. They were so lost in the sauce in this. So Jodi was just hand over fist, or whatever the saying is, just raking in the cash to live in this huge compound that looks like a damn modernist prison. It's horrible. So through Connections, Hildebrandt offered individual therapy with couples and families, as well as group classes, couples workshops, week-long retreats, and other online activities that added up to thousands of dollars a month in income. I mean, she had them on like a, payment, like automatic payment, like automatic withdrawal. We'll just take it right from your account. We'll just keep taking and keep taking. I mean, what a scam. She found a niche and she marketed it. Jodi was very successful at getting people to give her money. Clark said in the documentary, her former client, Ethan Pretz, who was seeing Hildebrandt for marital counseling, estimated that he spent around $2,000 a month on her services. Some of these people, they maxed out all their credit cards. They were paying more for Jodi's services than they were their mortgage. Jodi was I just think people like this, scammers like this, never should be released. Never, ever, ever. That's just my personal opinion. The Jen Shaws, the people that target vulnerable people, people who are seeking help but these people are really trying to sell help when really it's just more harm. I'm like, take my tax dollars and lock them up forever. I don't want them to see the light of day. I don't want them out here in the streets to do this again. Okay, I don't need John Matthias pulling the numbers, the incorrect numbers on their rate of recidivism. I already know these are scammy scammers who scam. All right, you can't come back from that. That's just my opinion. So Jodi was making a lot of money, he said. I was paying her $175 an hour for every individual session. And then a men or women's group. It's $75 per week. Paying for yourself and another person, that was $2,000. Investigators later found Hildebrandt's accounting books where they learned she was meeting with around 46 individual clients per month. Is that what Meeegan's trying to do? Is that what you're trying to do, Meegs, with your life coaching? It's a little scary, girl. What's going on?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Allegedly, obviously. We're just asking questions here. They estimated that she earned around $1,000 per month from each client. That means Jodi Hildebrandt was making $46,000 a month.
Bruh.
We were paying more than our mortgage to Jodi every month. Former client Valerie Jackson recalled. We ended up in such debt. We had maxed out all our credit cards. We paid well over $50,000. The Frankies first met with Hildebrandt for relationship counseling before Ruby began making content with her. So there's the looker, Ruby. Some of Hildebrandt's former clients allege she ruined marriages. Yeah, I would agree with you there. After watching this, I would definitely agree with you. In the documentary, several of Hildebrandt's former clients said that her work initially seemed groundbreaking until their lives and relationships started to deteriorate. A lot of individuals within the LDS church have very minimal exposure, anything related to therapy. And so when Jodi comes in with these pictures and videos and starts to teach this idea, living a life that's honest, always be wary of the people that have to say, I'm honest. Because when you're honest, again, it's one of those things, you don't have to say it. Your actions, then it shows it. But okay. Responsible and humble in a 10,000 square foot home for one weird lady. Okay, that's pretty humble. Helping people to live in truth, to being like Christ. It feels like it's groundbreaking. It is so scary when people sell you the lie that they can show you the way to be Christ-like if you pay them. That's like the opposite of Christ-like. It's like these people know nothing of Jesus, only picked certain pieces of their Bible to read and, interpret to their liking. Because that would be the opposite of what Jesus would do. Jesus wouldn't make you pay him to show you the way. But okay, I'm doing. Jesus wouldn't take your credit card. He wouldn't take your money. He was feeding the poor, helping the sick, hanging out with everybody. All right, but they, conveniently are like, they forget about that part. They're like, Jesus wants me. It's all the televangelists. They always have the same thing. Jesus wants me to be rich. Jesus wants me to have a private plane. Jesus wants me to have all the money. You're like, you talking about Jesus? I don't think so.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Okay. So Pratt and his wife met with Hildebrandt for around 5 months to repair their marriage, but it only worsened. So all of the marriages that Jodi was helping, they all deteriorated. She ruined them all. She didn't repair anything. She just moved in with them. It was creepy. But it worsened after she labeled him a lust addict, not a lust addict. That sounds kind of fun. That sounds like a fun lust. You're a lust addict. Am I? Thank you. Sounds sexy. And determined that he was a monster. Pratt and his wife ended up separating shortly after he left the program, and he believes 100% it's because of Jodi. My separation was very dark. Pret said in the documentary, getting emotional, it was some of the darkest moments of my life. It's like as if you were being tortured and someone is just beating you down. Meanwhile, Jackson and her husband also met with Hildebrandt weekly, and she similarly diagnosed her husband with a sexual addiction. So she was like, you don't get the lust. You're just addicted to the sis. She taught Jackson how to control him by taking away his phone, internet, and streaming services. Yeah, these people were like, we shut off the internet because Jodi told us to. What? Don't you got to work? Don't you just got to check in on your Facebook friends or something? Don't you want to post on Insta? She was like, take away his phone and take away his internet. What? What? And even the prisoners get the internet, ma'am. All right. Meanwhile, Jackson and her husband, all right, I already said that part. My marriage was not improving. And so Jodi advised that we have a year-long separation. A year. With absolutely no contact. And what if you got kids? Jackson claimed there was no help in trying to get us to reunite. It was no contact, the end. Because Jodi weirdo Hildebrandt said so. Okay, if this guy told me to do anything, I'd say no. No. Get away from me, bad Bob. I'm not doing it. Near. How's your marriage, Jodes? No way, Jose. So Jackson recalled depending on Hildebrandt like she was the authority figure of my life, claiming that she was acting as a mouthpiece for God. Anyone, I don't care who you are, saying they're a mouthpiece from God, it's bullshit. Bruh. And especially if they're monetizing being a mouthpiece for God.
I am not buying it.
No. That's fraud and some kind of mental illness. Because I've said this before. The worst people I know and have ever encountered are the ones that are like, God speaks to me. And I'm like, what? No, I'm like, well, doesn't he kind of, speak to everybody? No, just me. Just me. Yeah, he tells me stuff, tells me secrets you don't know. What? Yeah, I'm like a prophet. I'm sorry? What? Okay. All right. I'm never talking to you again. Bye. It's really hard to look back and see areas where I followed Jodi, despite what my gut was telling me, she said. Jodi definitely had a huge hand in ruining my marriage. Within a year, we were divorced. This is Hildebrandt allegedly planned to drop off Frankie's children in a desert before her arrest. This was insane. In the midst of Hildebrandt and Ruby's abuse of the two youngest children, the duo decided to move to the middle of the desert to further isolate the kids. Investigators came to the conclusion after locating Ruby's journal and obtaining property records that showed Hildebrandt had bought several acres of property in the middle of the desert in Arizona. Hildebrandt also purchased 2 tractors for the kids to allegedly use for work. The journal talks about how Jodi is getting her house ready to sell, Clark said in the documentary. Detective Jessica Bate of the Santa Clara Ivans Police Department read about Ruby's journal, where she allegedly wrote about how the escalation of the kids is not manageable here. The girl I will bring into the cool house, and she can sit in the pantry. Bate read from Ruby's journal. They will think they won. They will think they got what they wanted. Maybe that's what she's trying to say. They will relax, then pop. We will drop them like hot potatoes in the deserts, like just monstrous women. Monstrous women. Hildebrandt allegedly attempted to hide evidence after running into the police. So both Clark and Bate spoke in Evil Influencer about how they pieced together Hildebrandt and Ruby's abuse of the children. On August 30th, 2023, Ruby's youngest son, who was 12 years old at the time, escaped the Hildebrandt home. And he had attempted to escape many times, and they brought him back, and he got more severe punishment. But this kid's resilience and his fight is amazing. The fact that he was still brave enough to still try to get out, to save himself, to save his sister. He sought help from a neighbor who subsequently alerted authorities. And that was the man who was crying on the phone once he saw the state that this sweet little boy was in. A local officer drove to meet the boy at the neighbor's home when he ran into Hildebrandt. That is the craziest part, or one of the craziest parts, because Hildebrandt knows now that the 12-year-old boy has escaped. And so she gets in her car, and she's asking the police, have you seen this little boy? And the police were smart enough not to let on that, oh, we're being called to a house where he's at, where we're getting reports that he looks very abused. And instead just played along like, no, we'll let you know. So she was searching for the escaped child. Hildebrandt asked the responding officer if he'd seen the boy. I believe that Jodi went back to the residence after she saw the officers, Bates said. She took rope and handcuffs, which the boy had removed from himself, downstairs into the safe room, put them in the bottom drawer, and closed the safe drawer. So she had this like bank-like safe in her basement. And she told the police when they asked, she's like, oh, I don't know the combination to that. I haven't opened that shit in years. And that's where she was hiding some of the evidence of the restraints that they used on this sweet little 12-year-old boy. And then the cops went down there and they were like, all right, well, let's just try some codes. And they did like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it worked. Bruh. I mean, Jodi, what an idiot. Really? Your code was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Oh my God. I'm just like, ugh. Huh? Idiot. Idiot. Good.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading?
So they eventually got into the safe and found these things. So after meeting with the boy, police did a safety check on Hildebrandt's home where they found Hildebrandt and the boy's younger sister, who was 9 years old at the time. They later located the other 2 minor children at a family friend's home. Within hours of the boy escaping the house, the police obtained a search warrant to search Hildebrandt's home for evidence. There, they found physical evidence of the abuse, including ropes, handcuffs, and dressings of cayenne pepper and honey. So he had these wounds on his arms and his ankles from being tied down and handcuffed, and they were using some cayenne pepper and honey mixture and putting it on the wounds. Just beyond sick. Hildebrandt still maintains her innocence. This is what a monster she is. This is why she should never be let out. In February 2024, Ruby and Hildebrandt were each sentenced to 4 to 60 years in prison, which was the maximum sentence for their offenses. As Hildebrandt lives out her sentence, she has maintained her innocence. The Lord says that first they'll lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you to the synagogue and prison, she said in a call from prison, as shown in the documentary, Evil Influencer. So then he says, and ye shall be betrayed by both parents and brethren and kinsfolk and friends. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what's going on. Yes, Jodi, that's exactly what's going on. Like, what in the what of the what? No. In another call, Jodi got emotional, proclaiming, I shouldn't be here. I haven't done anything wrong. We didn't do that. Those pictures, we did not do. He did that to himself. That is some sick shit.
It's an urban legend that never happened.
Hildebrandt maintained she was being set up to end up in prison. Yeah, because she is some false god. She's some fake ass messiah who's like, oh, I'm being persecuted. Nah, bitch, you're just a crazy abuser. All right? And you got your own trauma that you never dealt with, and now it's bleeding out on everybody else. You suck. The self-importance is real, ma'am. The blessing's pretty clear, and it says the strongest message you will ever teach is the power of your example. Again, no one reads their Bibles, okay? And I don't know if it's different in the Joseph Smith Bible or whatever, but I remember as a kid growing up Catholic, my parents, they did give me like a children's Bible. And I remember there was one verse, and I'm just paraphrasing here. There was one story within the Bible that made me feel kind of safe as a kid. where they talked about Jesus saying that anyone who harmed a child might as well go to the highest cliff and tie the biggest rock around their ankle and jump. Like saying that there was no excuse for harming any child ever. And I was like, okay, Jesus has got my back. That's what I took away from it as a kid. And so the fact that they are, you know, justifying corporal punishment as being like a blessing and an example is crazy. She said in another phone call shown in the documentary, what's a better example than to go to prison unjustly and then go teach the gospel, which I plan on doing. Oh God, keep these scammers. They get drawn to, they're either indoctrinated themselves into certain religious cults, or they are just false all around and they're drawn to this and they use, you know, the alleged word of God, their interpretation, or somehow they are, you know, a prophet to God to then abuse people and, you know, scam them. So if you haven't watched it already, I do recommend this documentary. It was about an hour and a half, hour, 40 minutes. And it's definitely very disturbing, but I think it was good to see just the evil that exists in Jodi Hildebrandt and the Jodi Hildebrandts of the world, and also see again the bravery of Ruby Frankie's 12-year-old son to escape. And, you know, he saved not only himself, but he saved his sister, and he saved so many other children from having to go through these, you know, this horrible abuse that he and his siblings went through. So can't say enough about just this 12-year-old and how and just how amazing he is. But it's disturbing, but good to many red flags in there and things where you're like, holy shit, these people are bananas. And how it's mixed into family vlogging, it all kind of comes together. Okay. Chuck Anderson's granddaughter, thank you so much.
He sent her a cease and desist. Stop following her. Stop talking to her. And then Lauren's like, I can talk to her. It's a press conference. I can do that. And we're like, no, you can't. And then to Sarah, she's like, I don't know who you are. Get away from me. You make me feel uncomfortable. And it's laughable because they know each other. She has Sarah's phone number because Sarah was going to do her eyelashes.
Sarah was going to do her eyelashes. Shout out to Crossbody Sarah and her eyelashes. But thank you for gifting a membership, Chuck Anderson's granddaughter. Congratulations to whoever won the membership. Care Bear, so good to see you. Thank you for being a mod of mine and a member for 52 months. Did you see my DM about the Karen Reed movie? It'll be on Lifetime this Saturday. I saw a still from it. I can't imagine how much they're going to just butcher this story with the Lifetime movie. It's going to be Cheese McGee's, but I'll take a look, Care Bear. Thank you for sending that to me. Sarah, thank you so much for the 5. Says, Jolene, have you read Sherry Frankie's book, The House of My Mother? It's really powerful. It's also on Audible if you prefer. I'm going to have to check that out. I'm just going to screenshot that here to remind myself, which I screenshot everything and then I forget I have the screenshots, but it's the neurospicy way. But I've heard it's good. And now is Sherry her oldest daughter? But yeah, that would be something I'd be interested in reading. Susie Snowshoe, thank you for becoming a member. Okay. Speaking of creepy family stuff, you guys, I found something on the Instagram. All right. This, you know how your algorithm I don't know what, if all of this stuff is making my algorithm everywhere crazy. But this guy popped up in my algorithm on Instagram. And I'm pretty sure it's not satire. But he keeps telling these stories about him. And well, I'm going to show you and we're going to react to it. And I put all of them together, these little videos he's doing. And it's weird. It's weird, you guys. And I want you guys, we got to react to it. We got to roast it because it's like, what's going on? Also, thank you guys. We hit 400 members, which is amazing. So thank you so much. Even YouTube says new achievement. Wow, 400 members. That's a lot. This community you've built is something really special. Keep it up. YouTube's telling us, keep it up. So thank you guys for that. Okay, but let's take a look at this guy. I'll tell you his channel name as soon as I pull it up here. Okay. His channel name is, let's see, what the hell is his channel name? I gotta lean in to read this. Jason, I'll put it in the description. Something like Jason W. Made Miller or something. And just look at this guy as he's telling the story. It's out there. Thank you, KY Heather. Says, I've laughed and thought about your London fog go way too much over the past week. I need to bring that on stage. I need to turn that into a stage story when I do stand up, because that freaking London fog, it's just one of my earliest memories that I think about it often too. And I'm sorry, or you're welcome for showing you this. So this is the guy in question. And he's on the Insta. Okay. Have you guys seen this guy? Okay. Someone said Moments and Traitors, not that guy. If you know this guy, or if you've seen this guy, if he popped up in your algorithm too, I'm like, why? What did I do wrong? Why is this happening to me? All right. Let's take a listen. Thank you, Jennifer, for becoming a member. Welcome, Jennifer. All right, here we go.
Just a few short weeks after I admitted to my wife that I had had an affair, that it was with another man, and that I'm gay, she reached out to that same man, Matt, with an unbelievable question. In yet another unexplainable act of grace on her part, she asked Matt if he would be willing to deliver our child.
What? The first time I heard this, I was like, I'm sorry, what? What in the bold and the not beautiful is happening? So after I told my wife I was gay, she reached out to my partner, Matt, who happens to be an OBGYN. He's a baby deliverer. She said, hey, can you stand at the gate of my baby door and welcome my child into the world?
Clearly, she was choosing to pave her path forward with love, grace, acceptance, and mercy. About 4 months after...
And then he's back again. And he's always doing the freaking Trump thing where you got their hands like this when you sit there. It's like the politician. They're either doing this when they talk, or they're going like this. He's doing like the Hove. I don't know what's going on here. But here he is again in a John Matthias baby Easter dress shirt, original from the Baby Gap.
I told my wife that I had had an affair, that it was with another man, and that I am gay. Her path forward with love, grace, acceptance, and mercy. About 4 months after I told my wife that I had had an affair, that it was with another man, and that I am gay, she called one afternoon and told me she thought she might be in labor. By this point, she had already asked the man with whom I had had the affair to deliver our child. So she went to his office, and it was in fact confirmed that her water had broken. So she went to the hospital, and preparations began for the birth. At this point, the birth of our child was imminent. Approximately 5 months.
What a weird way to, at this point, the birth of our child was imminent. And why with the hands? Some of you were saying Illuminati, like highlighting the privates. He's like, focus on this area. This is my best side. What's your best side? Focus on the crown jewels.
That her water had broken. So she went to the hospital, and preparations began for the birth. At this point, the birth of our child was imminent. Approximately 5 months after I admitted to my wife.
This might be one of Matthias's brothers, allegedly.
It's inappropriate.
I don't know. Okay. It's giving paste pecani sauce a little bit. A little bit.
So she went to the hospital, and preparations began for the birth. At this point, the birth of our child was imminent. Approximately 5 months after I admitted to my wife that I had had an affair with another man, and that I am gay, the time for the birth of our daughter was finally here. The man with whom I had had the affair, Matt, who is also an OBGYN, was set to perform the delivery, all at my wife's request. Once he had made the necessary arrangements to ensure that he had coverage in the event of a medical emergency, we were ready for the delivery. And in that room were my wife, me, Matt, 2 nurses, and one of his medical partners, again, who was there.
One of his medical partners. You know, though, those nurses were like, so you had an affair while she was pregnant. You still got her pregnant. You had an affair. She's about to go into labor, and then you tell her that you got a boyfriend and you're gay. Wow. Way to go, sir.
In the event of some sort of medical emergency. And on that day at 10:20 p.m., Ella Grace was born. I cut the umbilical cord, and an entire new chapter that would forever change each of our lives officially began.
DJ Faster Rocky every time. He's like, after I told my wife that I'm gay and I had an affair with a man because I'm gay, my wife her water broke. And as Matt was staring down her baby door, about to bring out Ella Matthew Grace, we gave him Matthew's name as one of her middle names. Okay. It is then I realized my wife is pretty cool to let me have a dude on the side and then let him deliver our baby. After I told my wife that I was gay and I had an affair with a man because I'm gay and she's pregnant, he recaps it every single time.
After Ella was born, all was well, and she was ready for discharge after just a couple of extra days due to a bout of jaundice. However, as you might expect, many people were not happy, and an anonymous complaint was filed with the North Carolina Medical Board, in which I was referred to as Matt's gay lover. Fortunately,
weren't you?
Medical board conducted an investigation, which was basically that Matt had falsified a medical record, which was certainly not true. The medical board found no finding of fact, and the medical board did not enter any finding of wrongdoing. So this chapter was officially closed, and we were ready to move on.
What did the hands are just throwing me off.
After Ella was born, all was well, and she was ready for discharge after just a couple of extra days due to a bout of jaundice.
Oh, okay.
However, as you might expect, many people were not happy, and an anonymous complaint was filed with the North Carolina Medical Board.
I think it was from your wife. I'm just guessing. I think your wife was like, I'll play along. I'll play nice. We got to get that child support. And I'm going to file to the medical board.
In which I was referred to as Matt's gay lover. Fortunately, the medical board conducted an investigation, which was basically that Matt had falsified a medical record, which was certainly not true. The medical board found no finding of fact, and the medical board...
Probably because Matt put himself down as the mother or the father. 2 fathers, and they just forgot about the chick. They're like, she's a vessel. She's the vessel. Jennifer says, don't say discharge.
Did not enter any finding of wrongdoing. So this chapter was officially closed, and we were ready to move on. Approximately 3 months after.
Now he's just out in public. He's in the UK, I think, just on the streets, sharing these stories in his scarf and his pea coat. She's like, approximately 8 days after I told my wife I was very, very gay. I was not into her, but she was pregnant. And then she had the baby and let my boyfriend, who is not technically my gay lover, he's my man, don't mess with my man. We went to Spain. So now they went to Europe.
Ella's birth, my wife, Ella, Matt, my mom, my grandmother, and my mother's best friend and I were off to Spain. This was yet another way that we were moving forward with our lives, because after all, the day after I admitted to an affair, that it was with another man, and I came out as gay to my wife, and we sat on the couch, and she told me and Matt, because after all, the day of Matt, my mom, this chapter was officially closed, and we were ready to move on. Approximately 3 months after Ella's birth, my wife, Ella, Matt, my mom, my grandmother, and my mother's best friend and I were off to Spain.
What woman 3 months post having a baby, postpartum, travels to Spain with her husband and the man he cheated on her with? Or what woman even travels, right? Is that normal? I mean, I'm not a mother, but I mean, oh my God. Then we were like, let's go to Spain.
This was yet another way that we were moving forward with our lives, because after all, the day after I admitted to an affair, that it was with another man, and I came out as gay to my wife, and we sat on the couch, and she told me and Matt that she wanted to show everyone that this could work. This was yet another way that we were doing just that. When I recently made a video talking about a trip to Spain.
Oh, yeah, I would love to hear from the wife. I mean, beautiful. If she forgives him and she's like, you know what? I love you. The hardest part for me would not be that my husband was leaving me because he's gay. The hardest part would be that he cheated on me with anybody while I was pregnant. That is like the worst crime that a partner can do to a woman, is the cheating while you are creating life, their baby. And you're like, I got to get with my man. Mim, so good to see you, my friend. Mim says, I saw, so you're in this algorithm too, Mims. I was like, what is going on? You know, I mean, God bless if later in life, after they had the baby, he's like, you know what, I'm gay. I'd be like, okay, cool. You know, I mean, maybe not okay, cool. I'd probably be hurt, but then I'd be like, okay, you know, whatever the circumstances were. But the fact that you were banging someone else, man or woman, while I'm preggers, that's the problem. Oy, oy, oy.
3 months after Ella's birth, with my wife, Ella, Matt, my mom, my grandmother, and my mom's best friend, it really made me think of a very funny story.
Oh, after I cheated on my wife while she was pregnant, and then came out to her while she was pregnant, telling her that I don't love her, I love Matt, and we went to Spain, I thought of this really funny story. Oh boy, I can't wait. This guy's delivery is just awful. It's awful. It's awful delivery. It's like, what are you doing here, buddy? I'm going to share my friend Mims's channel here. If you guys don't know, you probably know, because he's a great creator. But I'm going to put his link here in the chat and also put it in the description. Go sub up to Mims, aka Make It Make Sense. He covers all kinds of stuff. Messy stuff. He covered the Diddy stuff. Like, he's killing the game, okay? And he's super smart and adorable. And that's, you know, more reason to go sub up to him. So, okay, back to this funny story with this guy.
3 months after Ella's birth, with my wife, Ella, Matt, my mom, my grandmother, and my mom's best friend, it really made me think of a very funny story related to that same trip. Coming back into the United States, my mom had completed a customs declaration form, and on that form, she had checked that she was bringing in meats and cheeses. We did not realize that she had checked that, nor did we realize that she had bought as much meat and cheese as she had in the airport in Spain prior to departure. But needless to say, it was all confiscated by CBP officers whenever we entered the United States. But as only as my mother could have done, as they were confiscating it, she said, will you at least be able to eat it? To which they replied, no. And she said, well, I was hoping that you could have a picnic. After admitting to my wife that I had an affair, that it was with another man, that I'm gay, I spent quite...
Sir, was this just a way for you to be able to say meats? That was not funny. That's why I'm like, is this satire? Is this guy for real? And then my mother said, I brought all this meats and cheeses. And it was very funny because she says, I was hoping you could have a picnic. It's given serial killer. It's given serial killer.
To which they replied, no. And she said, well, I was hoping that you could have a picnic. After admitting to my wife that I had an affair, that it was with another man, that I'm gay, I spent quite a bit of time reflecting on all that had occurred. And in fact, it was almost 6 weeks to the day that I informed my wife of those facts before Matt and I went into public together and were seen together. And it was that time that I walked up to a table that had a number of people with whom I had worked quite closely over the years and spoke to them and asked how they were doing. And no one looked at me or even acknowledged me when I asked that question. And I think back on that now, and certainly that was discouraging, but I also remember very distinctly thinking that I was not going to let that deter me or be something that was a real negative in my path forward, because I knew that there would be plenty of other people to love and support me in moving forward.
Okay. Maybe they didn't, maybe they were friends with the wife and they were like, oh, that's pretty shitty that you cheated on her while she was pregnant. I don't know. I don't know why this man popped up in my algorithm, but I was like, this is some weird shit. And I'm gonna go with you, CGP, AI, because he's very uptight. He's very uptight, and it's like, good. I'm so glad you could come out and be yourself. God bless. But maybe let's not cheat on pregnant women. Maybe let's not do that. But I don't know. And also, no more meats and cheeses. Picnic jokes. And what woman's going to Spain? I don't know. I'm going to need to hear from the wife. I don't know if I believe this. Like, why does this account exist? And the account, if you want
back on that now, and certainly
is Jason Wade Miller. Okay, so I think this is his. If you want to find him on Instagram, if you're like, yeah, he seems fun. Jason Wade Miller. I need to get like some readers or something. What the hell does that say? Yeah, I think this is his but I'd go to Spain without him. You know, and maybe the wife was like, honey, I knew you were gay. I just, it's fine. Maybe they're okay with it. I don't know. But it just was a very interesting way to lay out this story. Is picnic slang for something? Are meats and cheeses slang for something? Is it drugs? Is it drugs? Yeah, and I agree. I think the wife 100% reported the OBGYN. And then I woke up and it was all a dream. Oh my gosh. 5P412K7 says, he reminds me of the senator guy from Parks and Rec. Stay cool. Oh my God. Ugh. Right. Why did he need this to be public? I wonder what the wife, that now ex-wife, thinks of him putting all this information out there very strangely while holding his hands like this near his genitals. I don't know. All right, let me see if I can find his what did I say his name was again? What did I say it was? Okay, Jason. I want to call him Steven. Jason Wade Miller. He's got 13.1 thousand subscribers. Okay. But the whole account is very sus. But it just kept popping up in my algorithm. And I'm like, what the frick is going on? Him and Meeegan would put so many people to sleep. They should team up. You're right. Mary says, oh, he and Meeegan. Great couple. So he says, follow me as I build my brand. Great things to come. Find me on TikTok. Jason at jasonwademiller.com. That's Jason at jasonwademiller.com. And just every story after Ella was born, after admitting to an affair, the non-traditional family trip to Spain, after coming out to my wife, after Ella's birth, she stayed with me and Matt a minimum of 3 nights a week. We had a great time together, changed lots of diapers, and to find our own normal. Yeah, you're a dad. That's like your job. 22 years. So he came out 22 years ago. Okay. So now if this is a true story and he's not AI, his daughter is an adult and she's got to see this on the socials. Oh boy. The story is still resonating with so many. Is it? Did it resonate with anybody? And yes, is this his brand? I don't know. Okay. He started a Substack, so you can check that out. Man, he is just a ball of sunshine. After I heard my mom had cancer. Okay. Thank you. After coming out An unthinkable conversation. There's a tree. Oh, and then there's his daughter. He puts his, so his daughter allegedly exists. He said, meet Ella. Oh, goodness.
Ella. I am so incredibly proud of Ella. She is 21 now. And I say all the time that the greatest accomplishment in my life is my daughter. I could not be prouder of her and all that she has accomplished so far, with so much more to go.
Hi, so I'm Ella. A lot of people call me Little Jason because I'm a lot like my father. And as Papa said yesterday, I'm really excited for all that Dad has to share.
Like, this is scaring me. This person says, bro, what? What does she think of you spilling family tea on socials? I mean, Papa says, Papa, what in the Stranger Things is going on here? Papa, Papa. Thank you, Callie Cal, for the $1.99. Says, look at John's gram. Okay, I'll have to search that. You mean the John, the Jaundice John, John Jaundice. I wanted to change my background too because it's not Christmas anymore. Should we do we like clouds? Let's see. We'll work with clouds for a minute. We'll see what we like. Yeah, Eddie says, Dad is paying me. It's just it's a little creepy. It's a little creepy there, buddy. He's only following 32 people. And I don't know. And he's got all these followers. And okay, we got to move on from him. But you guys said check John. Does John Matthias have an Instagram? Dr. John Matthias, PhD. No, his account is private. I'm not following because then Grayson's gonna message me, and she's gonna threaten me and say, "Hey, if you want the real tea, hit me up." So Dr. John Matthias, PhD, player hater degree. Love letters to my son, psychologist, Princeton University to USC, Chicago to Southern Utah, married to LaurenMatthias. Hers might be private too, yeah. Why does her picture say selfie, 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 selfie? Journalist / podcast host, hidden true crime, married to psychologist, Dr. John Matthias. Personal account, don't share pics. Okay, we don't want to. We don't want to. Kelly says, sorry, no worries, girl. You were just like, well, maybe he's got an open one like this dude, you know. Maybe. All right. Thank you, Susie Snowshoe, for becoming a member. On the side with TLC, thank you for being a member for 52 months. Honored to be in the lean team for 52 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. KY Heather says, I've laughed. And okay, I already highlighted that one. Sorry. Okay. Just came over to say thank you. Raincoon92 so just came over to say Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year to you. Michelle, thanks for the $4.99. Says, watch the TLC show. My husband's not gay. It follows 4 Mormon couples. This could be worth watching and roasting. Yeah, if you have to say my husband's not gay, he might be gay. And let's just let him be gay. Let's just let our gay husbands be gay. For 2026, let's just let the gay husbands be gay. We can't pray it away. Let them be gay. Okay. Tortoise Interference, thank you for the $1.99. Megan is this guy's life coach. Allegedly. Megan was like, I have a great idea for you. You should go online and very awkwardly talk about this. Yeah, you'll help a lot of people while doing this by your balls. That would be a really good idea. Now pay me $1,800. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Mrs. Soap and Clay, thank you for the $9.99. Look up Rock Bottom with Ned Fulmer. He publicly cheated on his wife. I've heard of this guy. With the producer, and then interviewed his now ex-wife as his first podcast back. It's hilarious. You'd love it. All right. We're going to have to eventually, we'll roast that because he was one of the try guys, right? He was trying everything. Trying producers, trying affairs. He's another one that's like, holy possible narcissist going on over here, making himself the victim of his own crimes. Those are always my favorite narcs.
In every generation, there is a chosen one. She alone will stand against the vampires, the demons, and the forces of darkness. She is the Slayer.
The try-wife guy, yeah. I remember hearing about that. And then he did a podcast. I'm like, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Oh, my goodness. But I haven't watched the interview. I just saw some people were giving commentary on it. No way. Chris Albert is giving an interview tonight on Dalai Lama Mama. What the frick is a Dalai Lama Mama channel? You guys, let me look it up. YouTube. Oops. Okay. The Dalai Lama. Chris Albert, get your drunk ass out of here. This man is just always like, I think I got something to say. We're like, no one wants to hear from Chris Albert. I'll roast the shit out of it. But okay. Dalai Lama Mama. What is this? That's a channel? The Dalai Lama comes up when I put that in. Is there an actual channel called Dalai Lama Mama? Let's see. Shorts, videos on what? Is that what the channel's called? Stream will. Oh, the Glare is streaming it. Oh, I don't want to take his stream. Right, reader? Cheating while your wife is pregnant, unforgivable. If they are Mormon, she's probably going to still try to keep up the appearance of an intact family. Oh, yeah, we don't know where their religion lies. But what's the channel? Let me just check out what the Glare is playing. The Glare. Okay. Okay, is he streaming? He's talking about Alan Jackson right now, what I can see. Dropping Nick Reiner as a client. Maybe he's trying to find the stream. Okay, I think he's still trying to figure it out. But what the hell is this channel called? Let me see if I can search Chris Albert. Because I definitely want to see what weirdo Chris Albert has to say. Chris Albert interview Dalai Lama Mama? Okay, so this is on the forensic room. It's upcoming, starting at 5. So in an hour, you guys, let me drop the link for you. So it's the Forensic Room. Is a weekly live show that focuses on fact-based true crime reporting, statement analysis, and victim advocacy. Okay. Okay. And 3 days ago, they did Unraveling the Karen Reed Conspiracy Nonsense with Kevin Lenahan of Yellow Cottage Tales. Okay. Okay, so they have a lot of videos on Karen Reed. But tonight, baby, they're gonna interview Chris Albert. Okay, so here's the channel, and I'm also gonna drop it in the description of this video. So watch Chris Albert interview here, and I'll drop the channel there. So if you are looking after this, because it doesn't start for another hour, so maybe we'll go over that later this week. But holy buckets. Oh, they interviewed Carrie Roberts. Oh, exclusive interview with John O'Keefe's close friend, Carrie Roberts, 2 weeks ago. 2 hours. I can't watch Carrie Roberts for 2 hours. Good Lord. Oh, so this is all a bunch of people running this channel. This is a lot. This one is the Carrie Roberts. It's a lot of ladies. It's a lot of. Normally I'd be like, yay, ladies. But I'm like, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this bunch. I don't know here. Okay.
Best guess. Yes, I'm asking for your testimony. Did you ever delete text?
Oh, there's our boyfriend, Yannetti.
Everybody knows a message with Karen Reed on Signal, right? And ours auto delete after 4 hours, right? She set it up that way. I didn't set it up.
I'm Tuesday, and with me right now is we got Ginny Jams.
Who's Tuesday? Should I know Tuesday? Because I've heard of Julie Carpenter. But am I supposed to know these other ladies?
Hey guys. We got Julie, and we've got our spicy Lydia. I love that background, Lydia.
Thank you.
While the intro was going, I had like a coughing attack.
Uh-oh.
So I'm like still.
Oh no.
Anyways, I am so happy to have everyone here tonight. We have a special guest, and she is going to be sharing a screen with our usual Carrie. So we're going to have 2 Carries in one screen, and I'm going to bring
who's the other Carrie?
Bring them on in here.
Hi guys.
There we go. Hello.
Hi.
Why is there 2 Carries? Who's the other one? I see Carrie Roberts on the left.
Hi, Carrie. Welcome.
Hey, Carrie.
Hi.
Welcome.
Oh, sorry.
I am so thankful that you're here and that we finally get to see your face in sort of real life, and officially meet you. And I really look forward to just kind of chatting and learning more about John and just the traumatic events that you really endured and the stuff that's been going on ever since. So I'm so grateful. I know everyone that's watching is grateful to hear from you. We haven't been able to hear from many people who are part of this case. So thank you for being here.
What are you talking about? We've heard so much from these people.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, and I love that.
All you guys have done for us. I appreciate each one of you.
Oh, thank you. I love.
Oh, thank you. So it's a lot of thank you. No, thank you. You guys, thank you. Thank you. You guys don't want to thank you. I want to thank you.
That we have 2 Carries in one square. This is
All right, we already made that joke. Come on.
And they look like sisters, don't they?
I know. Yeah.
I know.
Because yes, and we do look alike. Don't start that rumor.
I don't think they look alike. Do you guys think they look alike? What is going on here?
Top titty 2x4 to end the game. That was nice.
Yeah.
That's true. Another candy rumor.
Yep. That was really Carrie, the other Carrie.
Wasn't that night.
Wearing Carrie Roberts' sweatshirt.
Thank you. I mean, I would doubt it.
Right? I know. I just read a crazy tweet the other day. I mean, I read crazy tweets all the time, but there was like a new, oh gosh, I don't even know. It was like the craziest new conspiracy. I'm like,
there never seems to be an end to the supply. No. The crazier one? I mean,
yeah, it was crazy.
I think they need less people on panel. There's like too much happening. We got Hank's lady in the corner being like, and then Julie's like, hi. And then Ginny hasn't said a word yet. The Carries are like, yeah, we met at a tanning booth. And then Tuesday's like, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You really can't get much crazier than the real conspiracy the fake conspiracy. You really can't. No. You can't. Yeah. Yeah, it takes quite the imagination. It does.
Well, you got a bunch of players and you got someone to write a Hollywood movie. I mean,
sure. Or a Lifetime movie, whatever.
It's a lot of plot holes.
Yeah. It's attention grabbing, but it's not reality.
Okay, when do we get to the question?
Really it was a movie, right? Like there would be so many ridiculous things.
Oh, boy.
Aaron's conspiracy theory? Like, no.
Yeah. Fanatics. They're like, oh.
So this is just a panel of ladies that want to shit on Karen Reed. They're like, yeah, Jen McCabe's the best. She went to Dunkin' Donuts. You know, she threw a peanut butter sandwich at the kids in the car. Her niece. They get tortoise interference for the $4.99. I'm pretty sure if you live in Canton, you can only be named Brian or Kevin or Carrie or Lindsay or Jean.
Talking about our YouTube live in the first couple episodes we've done, they're like, oh, it's so boring. And I think it goes in to say the type of people that are seeking out that kind of sensationalized dramatics.
I don't think you have to be sensationalized to be entertaining. I think you have to be entertaining. And this so far is kind of boring.
Over a story, in that just talking about facts, it probably is really boring.
Right.
So I know they're trying to insult, and that's okay, because I would rather be boring and be straightforward than.
Why are we talking about people saying you're boring? What do you care? Who cares? Let's come on. Get to the meat of the interview. Look at even Carrie's pissed. Carrie Roberts is like, I thought I came here to talk. I talk a lot.
Trying to entertain people with someone's biggest tragedy. So,
right, 100%.
Yeah.
So, are you saying I should return my top hat?
Okay, but someone's biggest tragedy. Joke. Return my top hat. I don't even get it.
You know what? Funny story about a top hat, real quickly.
Now we're going to tell a funny story about a top hat. Okay, let's fast forward. What's going on here? What are you guys doing? Oh, Ginny left. Oh, Ginny and who else? Hank's lady left. They're like, we're bored. We're only 10 minutes in. They left.
Saturdays, everybody went up there for soccer games. Everybody hung out. He was a year older than me. So at some point, probably in 7th and 8th grade, we met, but I didn't actually meet him probably till high school. I was a year below him. I graduated with over 300 people. So we had a really big high school. Yeah, it was.
Wow. Oh, nobody cares. Okay. There's her.
And was like, here you go. And it was pictures in front of a limo. And I'm like, oh God.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, at John's sister's wake, she said, oh, you went to the prom with Johnny. And I was like, I did.
Serious? That's so funny.
I did. And she was like, yes, you did. I have the pictures. I was like, right. Okay.
Oh, that's so funny.
No, we went as friends. I don't know. It was
a picture.
It was a prom. It was fun. I think it was a long time ago. I don't really remember. But no, we went as friends.
Ladies were like really obsessed with John O'Keefe. They're like, I went to the prom with Johnny. I dated Johnny. Everyone had, these ladies had big lady boners for John O'Keefe.
And then my 2 children went to an in-home daycare that his niece and nephew went to. His niece was already in preschool at the time, but his nephew was at the in-home daycare. It's one of my closest friends.
Okay, we're going to fast forward because, okay, we're back.
Lydia's going to fix it, our fixer.
Uh-oh, they're already having technical difficulties.
And there's like little, like cubby hole kind of things.
Oh God, not Paul O'Keefe. Not the boner shower himself. Oh, Lordy, no. Get.
Turn his TV off.
Stop it. Mr. Bathroom selfie to his mistress.
And anytime we would have people over in the morning, I would get up and like do dishes or clean up or whatever. And I would look out and there would be literally Bud Light Limes, like just shoved just where I could see them, but couldn't reach them. They loved it. They thought it was great. I'm like, yeah. I have a picture. I think it's you.
Every time we woke up in the morning, there'd be Bud Light Limes, just a lot of alcohol. All right, come on, ladies. What are we doing here?
Name of the person responsible or the defendant is the headline everywhere you go. And, the victims are, not as easily named by people who are consuming the news. Mm-hmm. And I've been covering actually one of the cases that Alan Jackson is also a part of, the Pepperdine case that's out in Malibu, California, and 4 girls lost their lives. And although I feel like, in every headline, you can't write all 4 names all the time, versus the defendant's name is obviously probably a little bit easier and quicker in the headline. But the names are, I guarantee you, the names of these 4 girls that died are not as well known as the defendants.
I couldn't tell you any of them. I couldn't tell you one of their names.
Yeah.
Like the Koberger case, I couldn't tell you one of their names.
Yeah.
All right, Carrie, the last thing we need is you giving your opinion on true crime stuff. Come on, Carrie. Come on, guys.
She's just so thankful for everybody that helps her. And you're like, no, Peg. Like, I just brought the Amazon package in because it was upstairs. I don't know if my mother could handle like the sports apps and this and the busyness of the kids. All that? She does it all. I don't know how.
Wow.
Well, I do know how because we try to help her. But, and there's if I come over and like pick up an Amazon package and bring it to the house. She's like, here you go. And there's a Dunkin' Donuts gift card because she's just.
Dunkin' Donuts. There's a Dunkin' Donuts gift card. There's always Dunkin' Donuts. Wherever you go, there's Dunkin' Donuts, you guys. It's crazy. Judge Bev's like, I sent him all Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah.
Jen!
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what the hell?
Sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts.
It's my purse! I don't know you!
All right, I fast forwarded a little bit. Let me get back to Bev. Get off my screen, Bev. Okay, your bangs are still bodacious, but we're on to other stuff, Bev. Okay, get out of here.
To look like, again, the semantics of misinterpretation, it's a lie.
Right.
You know, those two things are one and the same. No one in their life would ever say a misinterpretation is a lie, right? I mean, a misinterpretation or however you say, you know, however you answer that question, was how you were wording it and what you were saying was your truth, right? You see like one little red herring, and it's like suddenly it's like all these other things they're looking at, trying to connect. Like this one red herring means something when it doesn't, you know. So Mr. O'Keefe not sitting in the courtroom is suddenly he doesn't want to be there. He thinks Karen's innocent. You know, they put a narrative to it, and then it's a fact. Suddenly it's a fact, and you know, it fits their narrative, and so they go with it, and it builds their confirmation bias of what's going on. But what I want to say real quickly too is that the conspiracy theory entails you, Carrie, being brainwashed by Jen. And at that time, you guys had only met once briefly in a shoe store. That's correct. So you guys did not.
We went shoe shopping, and then we went to lunch with John. But it's either I'm brainwashed or I'm some malicious, evil devil that is going to watch people kill my friend and just keep my mouth shut. And I think by now, you know, I don't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And same with Mrs. O'Keefe. You guys have very strong personalities. I mean, to even think that you would just go with the flow over people murdering.
If you watch the trials, you know that if you see Carrie Roberts coming and you're a cult leader, that she's a target. Like she'll be like, okay, where do I sign up for the cult? She's a Meeegan. Carrie Roberts is a Meeegan. They don't like her. Nobody really wants her around, but she'll do the dirty work. You know, they can throw her under the bus. She'll deliver the messages. But it's just, oh, God. Yes, Mary, I saw that. Yuri is out begging for money for these corrupt people. That's illegal, but he's done it 7 times. 7 times. Oh, boy, Yuri.
You're a good friend and just asking you to lie for them and risk your own livelihood. I mean, it's so absurd.
It's so asinine. It's
don't do Kathy Griffin that dirty. She says Kathy Griffin is quiet. Don't do her that dirty. I will say Julie Carpenter looks very pretty. Her hair is gorgeous. She looks, Julie, I don't know. Maybe you could do blowout tutorials or something.
Well, I think too, one of the things that she wanted to clear up too was even in the newest complaint that.
Why is this lady talking? Why is Carrie number 2 talking? Why is Carrie the Deuce talking?
Karen Reed and her lawyers filed. Again, still pushing that Carrie, that Jen McCabe directed the detour to 34 to One Meadows. So, you know, they could get some more time to take care of John. And, you know, she directed all that. So I know that was something she wanted to clear up too, because as you can probably see now, no one's directing anyone except. So yeah, did you want to talk about that?
I am the oldest of my siblings. Jen is the youngest of her siblings. Now, there's a little bit, my best friend's also the oldest, and it's usually like the one that takes a little bit more charge. That morning, I literally said, like, did you check the house? And Karen said, no. I said, okay, you didn't check the house. like that's common sense. Like, let's go check the house.
Why wouldn't you check the house before?
Why didn't you check the house? Like, you know, and listen, and I'll give it to her. If he didn't come home and you were frantic, and I get it. I don't know what I would do. If my husband didn't come home and I was frantic, I certainly wouldn't assume he got hit by a plow and was dead, but that's just me. But when I said, did you check the house? And she said, no. I said, okay, then that's what we're going to do. Went back to the house, I'm going to check the house because he could be on a couch. He could be in the bathroom. I don't know where the hell he is. We're also not taking 2 cars out. Okay. So like, I'm like, you know, Betty by the books. Like they said, don't have 2 cars on the road. We're not having 2 cars on the road. My mother's a wicked stickler. You're not driving in conditions.
Just to pause real quickly, just as a reminder to people.
My mother's a wicked stickler. I'm not taking out 2 cars. Not doing it.
Watching the blizzard, the reason why you didn't want to take 2 cars is because of the snowstorm.
It was ridiculous. My husband told me not to go out. And I was like, no. Something's happening. John's missing. He's like, yeah, you're not.
My husband's like, okay, you're married to me.
Not going. He's on a couch. And I was like, watch me. And so I did. Karen was supposed to come to my house. Everyone knows. I already testified to the whole thing, whatever. But it was my idea. It was not Jen's. And I don't even know if Jen suggested something that I would have let it happen. I was like, nope, this is what we're doing. Okay, everybody get in your cars. Let's go. We're dropping a car off. We will get in my car and we will go in one car and then we'll go look at movies not in the house. Jen just was like, oh, okay. Like she had someone show up at her house screaming, I think. What? And then no, it was me. It was entirely me. I was like, this is what we're doing because this is common sense 101. Like check the freaking house. So we did. And then I was like, all right, he's not in the house. Like, let's get in the car and go. And as we're white knuckling it, Jen's in the passenger seat. She's in the back seat. No seatbelts. I'm losing my mind because if I go into a tree or something because of the storm, something could happen to her. And it was, yes, did I scream at her? I did because she wasn't putting her seatbelt on. She was acting erratic. And if she was acting cool, calm, and collected, I never would have said anything to her, but you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard to look for our friend on the side, like walking. I don't know why we thought he was walking, but I was like, okay, if you think he's walking, we'll look and we'll drive the route and see if he's walking in a blizzard. Like hindsight, I'm like, he never would have walked in a blizzard. He would have called an Uber. He would have called Kurt. He would have called anybody. But
you would stay the night, I'm sure, right? I mean, if a blizzard was coming on.
He wasn't going to walk home, but whatever. I mean, we were looking. Jen and I were looking. I don't know what she was doing in the back seat, but it was 1000% my idea. This is because it's common sense. Like we're going back to the house. We're dropping off a car. We're searching the house, and then we'll go. And this is what's happening unless somebody has a better idea. And I doubt either one of you do. No offense to either one of them, but Karen was like, she was crazy and shocked, frantic, and Jen was kind of like, what is happening? You know, like she showed up at Jen's house screaming. I expect her at my house, so I was literally sitting there waiting. Jen didn't expect her. And then Jen didn't expect me because I was like, where are you? And she was like, Jen's. I'm like, Jen, who? What? You were supposed to come here. Jen McCabe's. I'm like, what? Oh, all right, stay there. I'm going to come. And that's what happened. It's common sense. It's not hard.
Yeah. And so the defense is like, Jen McCabe.
Does it normally take so many words for common sense? Right? They're like, Karen didn't take her shoes off. Guilty.
You know, orchestrated all of this, and the reality is Jen McCabe did not orchestrate anything. She wasn't even supposed to show up at Jen McCabe.
It wasn't anything that was orchestrated.
Right. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, she didn't call people to be like, what'd they say? What'd they say to you? What'd this person say to you? What'd the FBI call you? Yeah, Carrie is she is one of those people that I'm telling you, the Scientologists are like, hi, come on in. Yeah, I think you'll like it here. Yeah. And she's like, okay, friends.
This is what we're doing. End of story.
Right.
Back out, go. Let's go drop a car off and we'll go look. And that's all there is to it.
And it's like I've said a million times, you know, defense attorneys get a set of facts. So they got those facts of what you guys did and they constructed a story around it. And so they can construct whatever fantasy they want to construct right up to that line where they cross, where they're lying. And my personal opinion is this defense team did cross that line. But it's up to the jurors and it's up to the general public when they read this stuff to look at it with a skeptical eye. I mean, these are very biased people creating a very skewed story.
All right, deuce, Carrie. Don't talk, Carrie number 2. We don't even know you. Do we know her? Does she go here? I don't remember her. Am I supposed to remember Carrie Roberts, Carrie number 2 friend? Why does she need an emotional support Carrie to do this interview in front of her mini blinds? I don't understand what's going on here.
Story with a
also, it's called forensic. Like, I think it's good that you cut some of the ladies dipped out, but there's supposed to be 4 of you interviewing because you spelt it for FOUR and okay, whatever. Who cares?
Set of facts that are not good for their client, and that is what is happening. And the fact that so many people in that area fell for the whole Aiden Kearney, you know, song and dance. And when people say that Karen was not looking for an Aiden Kearney, that's a lie. John Silvera told Vanity Fair that they had tossed that around. They had tossed around involving Aiden Kearney. So they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew they were going to give him, shake it up here's a set of facts that we have. This is the way we see it. It might not be reality, but you go ahead and parade it down the street, and you
wait a minute. Are you guys saying that Lindsay number 2 is Jen McCabe's best friend, but we're supposed to believe that Jen McCabe is not an orchestrator? She doesn't put things together. She's not the one that's like calling everybody like we heard during the trial, but she sends her best friend, Carrie number 2, Carrie the Deuce, over to babysit Carrie Roberts because they can't trust her in this interview. Is that what's going on here? What? Or is it Jen McCabe's sister? What? But yeah, Jen McCabe has no pull over Carrie, yet she sends someone close to her to babysit Carrie for this interview in front of her many blinds. Okay, you guys are like, no, Carrie is Jen's bestie. And Jen's holding up she's like, I'll give you some Dunkin' Donuts. Okay. Oh my God. Like, how do these people who are supposed to be the ones that are like, you know, they're the ones that are like, come on, you're all getting snowed, don't see that that's weird? That Carrie Roberts, a grown woman, is like, I'm an oldest child. I run my life. You don't got to tell me nothing. I'm the boss of me. Needs Jen McCabe's nearest and dearest there to babysit her.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
That's crazy. These people are nuts.
And taint that jury poll for us. That's my opinion. I don't know how anybody else feels, but that's my opinion of what happened. And it's really, really, really sad what happened to very innocent people who were just trying to do the right thing that morning.
I think I totally get, that they tried to, like you said, twist the facts, but I can't figure out how they can put that in the complaint when she's already testified to what really happened, who directed it, who was in charge. That's
Three times.
That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, and 3 times I've gone under oath and said the same story.
Like,
you didn't necessarily tell the same story. And you got caught telling some untruths there, Carrie Roberts.
It's not going to change. At this point, like that's,
I mean, we watched it.
A basic lie from the defense. Like they're lying and they know it.
Carrie, why can't you speak for yourself? Why is Carrie number deuce talking for you? That's weird, Carrie Roberts. You need a sitter.
Yeah, there's not one piece of evidence that says that was true.
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That they're.
I mean, unless Karen wants to speak up under her deposition, but it's like yeah. It's just wild how they just put blatant, provable lies in that lawsuit. I mean, we did 3 episodes on it and we still couldn't even get to half of it.
Right.
I haven't even read. I read some of it. I just
touch all of them. No.
They're just gonna go over that. Yeah. Silly Goose says, Carrie, your lie is literally a meme.
A Harry Potter book instead.
I don't have the capacity
fiction.
It's insane. And at the end of the day, my friend is dead and he's not coming back. And at the end of the day, Jen and myself and countless.
So why aren't you looking for the killer? What are you doing?
Like others are helping his family do the things he would have done if he was here on a daily basis. And it's like, you guys don't know a day in our lives. You guys don't know a day in the O'Keefe's lives. You don't know. Yeah. You don't know how much Jen does.
I think that's the sad part.
For Kaylee or to Patrick, right? Or even now my kids, because she knows my kids now. Like, I just don't understand how if you actually met her, you would be ashamed of yourself to think the things you think about her.
I can confirm as well that you would be utterly ashamed of yourselves. Utterly ashamed of yourselves.
No. This is Meeegan level gaslighting. I don't think I'd be ashamed of myself. If we're talking about Jen McCabe, no, I got her number. I know what time it is with her.
Well, I think these people that are standing on the corner saying that they're about the justice system, they don't understand how it works.
Right, Amanda?
And they don't understand that defense attorneys can go right up to that line and they can create a lie, right? So if they're picking out a little bit of fact and they're spinning it, they're fine.
So this is boring. We're going to stop watching it. Because it's just Jen McCabe propaganda. And Carrie needs a babysitter who allegedly is Jen McCabe's best friend or something. Carrie can't even sit on her own. I mean, look at how confused Carrie looks. Carrie, why do you always look so confused? Why do you do this? Look at Carrie. She's like, am I doing this right? She's trying to read the cue cards. Jen, they're trying to get a Dunkin' Donuts sponsorship. It's just like, it's more bullshit. 2 trials. Okay. Come on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Let's take a listen to the Traitors thing with Boston Rob and with Bob the Drag Queen, and then we'll get into the duty run, and we'll get through some of Duty Ron's. Finally, we'll get through some of Duty Ron's LaurenMatthias interview. Okay. So I'm just gonna play the audio because NBC Universal is like notorious for striking channels, being like, take it down. That's ours. And you're like, I'm just promoting the show. We're just reacting. Come now. But okay. Whatever. All right. So here is the Traitors official. Oh, they got a podcast. So there's going to be a podcast this season. Get off of our ride, but I'll give it to you because I do like Bob the Drag Queen and Boston Rob. Fine. They're going to be doing a podcast about this season. So let's see what they have to say.
Welcome to the Traitors official podcast. This is your weekly spoiler.
Oh, shit. Okay, so there might be spoilers, you guys. If you don't want spoilers, don't listen to this. Warning.
I don't have any phones now.
I had that on point 2. We'll listen to it. I listen to things, so I'll listen at 0.15. 1.15.
Build recap of the Traitors season 4.
We are going to be breaking down all things deception, treacherous missions, wicked betrayals, and amazing looks, featuring special guest interviews, hot takes, and our expert predictions.
We're your hosts. I'm Boston Rob.
I am Bob the Drag Queen. In season 3, we were frenemies, round table rivals. Look at what we can do when we work together.
We'll see how long this lasts. Roll the tape.
The only time I've ever been quiet, when the big dog sat down, the little bitch tried to stand up.
You're a traitor.
Look at who's scared.
I'm not scared at all, buddy.
I will bury you under the sand.
So this is last season showing Boston Rob versus Bob the Drag Queen.
And this time we're sharing the mic instead of daggers. We're here to give you 2 completely different expert perspectives on the game.
That's right. Rob is the gamer, right? One of the greatest strategic minds in the history of reality TV. I found out the hard way. And he's here to break down the gameplay, the moves, and the psychology.
And Bob is the insider, the celebrity that knows how to read the room. He brings a perspective of someone that can navigate the chaos, the social dynamics, and the pure drama of the castle from a non-gamer's point of view.
Exactly. I am here for the mess, the reads, and to represent everyone watching at home who's just trying to figure out, who can I trust?
And I'm here to analyze their every move like a poker game. Each week, we're going to break down these distinct plays, bring you the viewpoints, because having played the game ourselves in season 3, we know what's really at stake.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Look at that.
It's a lot of fire.
That would be the fiery pits of hell.
And we're going right into it.
Okay, so they're showing Dorinda seeing Lisa Rinna is in the castle. And all of the contestants arriving at the castle in Scotland.
Great to see you. Tiffany Mitchell is a Big Brother legend. I love your feet. You're amazing. I was on Love Island. What about you? I'm a figure skater. Oh, awesome. Yeah. You know her? Yeah, I know her.
They have Love Island, Snake Rob meeting Johnny Weir. He's like, I was on Love Island. Johnny Weir's like, I was a figure skater. Like, oh, awesome.
But we're trying to play it cool for this game.
It's weird being here, I'm just used to Love Island. It's weird to be wearing clothes. I haven't made out with anybody yet. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, it's coming! Players, behold your fate of it.
We have watched the new players arrive at the castle for the very first time. Let's talk about it. Listen, I took copious notes.
You did?
Yes, honey, I took copious notes. So as you pull up to the castle, you're driving through the Highlands of Scotland. You do form a bond with the people in your car with you.
It's interesting you say that. Like in all of these shows, inadvertently, whoever you're grouped with in the beginning, you form a bond with them based on proximity.
So maybe the technique is just get a little proximity to everyone. Like maybe you can't, I mean, there's over 20 people.
Yeah.
You can't be close with 20 people, but can you be close with 15?
10?
Can you be close with 10?
Half of them?
You know what I mean?
If you get a majority, that's all you really need. I think it's time to break down these new players. Dorinda's back again. I'm glad Dorinda's back because she was really salty that she didn't get a chance to play.
Yeah, that diamond-laden hand is burst out of the grave and she's ready to come back and fight for her life.
I think Dorinda's biggest obstacle is going to be getting through week 1. She might be made a traitor. Do we put Dorinda back on Traitors and not make her a traitor? Do we make her a faithful again?
I'm telling you right now, if I would have been in that castle, I'd have been like, it is nice to see you back. You are...
No, Mindy. He's actually wearing like a shirt with sleeves. Snake Rob from Love Island is actually wearing a button-up shirt. And they're talking about Dorinda Medley from The Real Housewives of New York, formerly, and also Ultimate Girls Trip on Bravo. She was on last season of Traitors, and she was the first one that was murdered. And they brought her back because Dorinda is, good TV. And they're like, ooh, we wasted that opportunity. So they probably will have to make Dorinda a traitor. Will that be too obvious? I don't know. But somehow Dorinda's going to have to try, like Boston Rob is saying, to make it past week 1 this time. So we can get the full Dorinda, because there is an open bar. I think they only get a certain amount of drinks. But once Dorinda gets her cocktails going, she's, her mouth starts going. And Dorinda is now, has the iconic saying, quote that I always say now regarding the hidden true crime stuff. It's like, say it, forget it, write it, or no. Say it, forget it, write it, regret it. Which is what LaurenMatthias, she should have been watching those Housewives to learn.
Yeah. Also, I realized that Johnny and Tara Lipinski are being like, we're not going to tell anyone that we're friends. And I'm like, everyone's going to know. And I'm also wondering, like, I don't know much about figure skating, but from what I remember in the 90s, it gets pretty brutal. But
yeah, with they should have had Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding on. But we got Johnny Weir and Tara Lipinski. Okay? Figure skaters.
Let's see how this works out for them. I think I'd immediately call him like, you're lying. Now I don't trust anything you say. Now you got to go.
Who stood out for you right from the jump?
Immediately, Donna. She's Travis Kelce's mom.
For that reason alone, maybe you don't want to vote her out, right? Like, I have 4 daughters. They would kill me if I voted off Taylor Swift's future mother-in-law.
I'm going to tell you right now, if Blue Ivy was on The Survivor, I would vote her. No one is saying.
Listen to me. I'm not saying that I wouldn't do it, but I'm just saying my kids are going to be mad about it.
That's valid. That's fair. Candace catches my eye right away. Something about her seems really adorable and sweet. She just seems, but also powerful and strong. I like her.
I'm excited for Candace, formerly from The Real Housewives of Potomac. Candace is super smart. Candace could be a good trader, you guys. We could have maybe a little Phaedra levels of trader talent coming from Candace.
Her presence, her energy. She's someone that I would trust immediately. And to be fair, I would also trust Donna too. Donna, and I think what I'm seeing in them that makes that out to me is like, they're the ones I would try to early on align myself with.
And you have a personal relationship with Monet.
Me and Monet would be thick as thieves. Like we would. I mean, it'd be crazy because knowing Alan's crazy ass, he'd make one of us a traitor, one of us a faithful.
From the competitive gamers, Ian is super smart, and he's someone I could see doing well as a trader.
Colton is, first of all,
God, Ian, Terry from Big Brother, All Stars, and BB14 has such a tough road ahead of him as a former winner, following Dan and Dan Giesling, being like an icon in the Big Brother world, and then just like shitting the bed in Traitors, showing that just because you're good at one of these games doesn't mean it translates over to another game. So hopefully Ian can play better than Dan. We'll see. I mean, some would argue Ian has played better than Dan before, and some would argue he hasn't. But we'll see, Ian. And we also have Tiffany Mitchell. So good chance that Tiffany and Ian partner up from the Big Brother world.
He looks like a big beat. He looks like Dylan Efron ate Dylan Efron.
That's what it feels like. That's how he feels like.
This big giant Dylan Efron. Like Dylan just went and did a bunch of reps and came back and was just sweet and adorable, but just gigantic. He got a sweet face. He seems very trusting,
He fits in that category of the Dylan Efron, Pete the Pilot, Colton. He's like the lovable, like, I don't really know, like, let's see what happens.
Is that Colton from The Bachelor guy really that lovable? I don't know much about him, but they're acting like he's going to be lovable. Okay.
Probably not going to be right a lot, but he's going to be convicted about it.
Listen, the pilot Pete was actually right. Dylan was rarely right. I mean, you really wrecked that poor kid.
No, he's a good kid.
No, he's a good kid, but
Dylan,
I mean,
don't listen to him.
Dylan, he's going to do it to you again, Dylan. Don't trust this guy. Oh, Eric Num.
Yeah.
I think he's charming. He's sweet. I would trust him implicitly. Like the sweet-faced Eric. Like, I would be like, if I found out Eric was a traitor, I would be like, this is crazy.
But sometimes that quiet demeanor makes me fearful. So I would be wary of Eric.
Kristen Kish is terrifying. She looks so powerful. She's so put together. And
Oh, Kristen from the host of Top Chef. Yeah, she would be a pretty badass traitor.
right now, I don't know if you know anything. You ever worked in a restaurant?
I have.
No one working in the kitchen is nice. I have no one has ever been like, you know who's nice? The kitchen staff. I wouldn't trust her.
What about Michael Rappaport? He's notorious for having a loud mouth, being outspoken.
Imagine trusting Michael Rappaport.
I feel like
Michael Rappaport's big ass mouth is going to get him in trouble. I'm hoping he is first schmurdered. I'm hoping they take him out first. Okay, that he is. I am not excited, right? Kelly Kate, Barf City Township. No, thank you, Michael Rappaport. Okay, he thinks he's trying to get into everything. He's trying to Jerry O'Connell it. Like, and I know about this, and I know about this, and I know about this. Get out of here, mister.
Michael Rappaport is someone I'd be like, I am off rip. I'd be like, if we want to get anything done, mission one, get rid of Michael, then we're going to move on.
Yeah. Mark Ballas.
I would trust him.
You
Yeah, he's a dancer.
Bob's logic.
You ever do much work with dancers or anything?
Have I?
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Dancer.
Twinkle toes over
My
here.
friend was on Dancing with the Stars. It basically makes me a dancer.
I've toured with a lot of dancers. Dancers are just trying to have fun and just be goofy. I would trust them for sure.
Stephen Coletti is giving me Mount Ivor.
Oh yeah.
Ivor from our show.
Lord Ivor, the mountain bug from the Berkshires.
Not Mount Ivor. Stephen Coletti. I don't even know what to expect from Stephen Coletti. Formerly of Laguna Beach, One Tree Hill, Kristen Cavallari's first love, Lauren Conrad's first love, and now he's there. And he might be lost. He might be. They're right about that. He might be given Mount Ivor energy.
I don't think he's like, gonna be in it.
He's not intimidating, but he might be able to sneak all the way to the end.
Mora in the accent. I thought I had an accent.
No, this
right?
lady.
Mora is bringing it to another level.
Her accent really throws you off because she looks so like sweet, but she's like, Tilly's higher.
And she's from Love Island, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But there's another Love Island guy, Rob R.
Who he's charming too. He's
Is
got a
he?
real charm. I think he's got like this kind of quiet charm, like
Is he charming? He cries in pools and tries to manipulate ladies. So
straight guy who mumbles stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like.
Somebody said he was a snake catcher from Alabama.
I've caught a couple snakes.
Is that? It's not this
I
kind
guess
of.
we're all in the same business, aren't we, Rob?
This is not that kind of podcast. We gotta edit that out for everyone.
no, it is that kind of
Sesternino
podcast.
is a Survivor guy. He never won the show, but back in season 6,
Rob Sesternino from Rob as a Podcast from Survivor. I mean, good God. If Rob, Tiffany, Ian, and a couple other gamers can actually pull this off and team up on the low, they could just run with this game. But I'm so interested to see how Rob plays because we've, watched Rob analyze gameplay for Survivor, Big Brother, and other shows for years. And it's been a while, no shade, that he's been on Survivor. But this is going to be really interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see how RHAP Rob plays on this.
it's kind of like ahead of his time. This is kind of like his return to the arena. So I got high hopes for him. I hope he does well.
And
Portia,
Natalie, yes.
I don't know. Is she a housewife?
She's
What
a
is
housewife of
Portia?
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't.
Boston Rob, do your research. You don't know who Portia Williams is from Real Housewives of Atlanta? Boston Rob's like, is she a housewife? Yeah, she's a housewife, sir. But yes, Natalie from Survivor too. Oh my God. There are some powerful gamers in there. if they can play their cards right, they could be running shit. It could be really fun to see.
I would say this. I don't know much about Housewives. There are a few names that pop out, and she's one of the names that everyone knows.
It feels like if you're a housewife, you're used to conflict.
Yeah.
And you're used to the drama.
There are 5 Housewives this season.
There's also 5 gamers. Like, if they could just get along.
The gamers will never trust each other. The gamers,
Yeah, if the gamers can utilize the housewives and the housewives can utilize the gamers, that could be an interesting season. But it seems like the housewives are kind of picked off right away. Except for in, regards to like Phaedra being a traitor herself, but we'll see. I mean, Rinna and Dorinda are they're not, and Portia, they're not under the radar people. They are, call it like it is, right when they want to. So it is going to be interesting, you guys. I know I'm geeking out a little, but it's going to be interesting.
I have beef that goes back decades.
The housewives, they might trust each other, but behind their backs, they won't. Because they talk a lot of smack. So they're no different than the gamers.
But the gamers are like, you are the reason I did not make $1 million. The housewives are like, you're the reason why white people make fun of the way I walk or make fun of my clothes.
What always fascinates me is how well the people from a non-competitive game environment do on this show.
Yeah, it is. I gotta say, it's hard to come from a non-strategy based show. It turns your brain into putty. You can never trust anyone. You never get a good night's rest, especially if you're a trader, because you work the graveyard shift. And then you got to work up and work the first shift too.
It's
These
really
transitions.
hard to say who do you think is going to do well in this game at this point, because there's so many people and anything could happen. But if I learned anything, Traitors is evolving.
Yes.
And Alan's probably going to have something up his sleeve again this season.
Alan's going to do something.
I'm expecting the unexpected.
Yeah, for sure. He likes the.
Oh, it's like Big Brother, expect the unexpected. It will be interesting to see if we get someone brought in, like how Boston Rob was brought in to the game. If we're going to get like a special guest, a special player. And then how Wes was brought in, and who else was brought in? Wes, no, I'm forgetting, even last year. Holy shit.
To suffer. Anything to make us squirm makes him happy.
This has been so much fun. Thank you for joining us. We're so excited to go on this Traitors journey week after week, starting with the premiere of
All right, so they're doing a weekly one.
The Traitors Season 4 next Thursday on January 8th at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on Peacock.
That's this Thursday, you guys. Tomorrow. It's already here. It's so exciting. I'm excited. I can't help it. I'm excited. Oh, Derek. I always forget about Daddy Derek with the true crime crossover, the Big Brother and True Crime. Derek Lavassa, a.k.a. Daddy Derek. I forget that he was brought in. Somehow I always forget about Daddy Derek. But God, I'm gonna be Team Tiffany Mitchell, Team freaking Natalie. Like, I am ready for these gamer women to run shit. And Tiffany, we know, is the architect behind the Cookout Alliance, iconic in BB23, even though Derek Frazier, they sometimes give him credit, I think, to just be nice. But we know Tiffany was the mastermind behind that. So I think Tiffany has played like a Traitors type game for fun with other, Big Brother and possibly Survivor players, just that they posted on their social media. And I think she ran away with that. So come on, Tiffany, come on. We can't have a Danielle Reyes repeat. Poor Danielle. But we also have to remember this season, if somebody in the game swears on their family or lies, cheats, and steals, it's part of the game. It's called the Traitors. Remember last year, everyone was like, oh my God, Danielle Reyes is the devil. She swore on her family. She told us she would do anything to hide the fact that she was a traitor. She would do anything to win the game. And people got so mad. And it's like, be more mad at people in real life lying, cheating, and stealing and swearing on their families. Okay? Please, this season, hopefully. Oh, man, it was exhausting having to take up for Danielle sometimes. I was like, oh my God. Her game was far, 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 far from perfect. but I didn't think she should be like vilified for like swearing on her family. Come on now. We've seen that time and time again on these reality shows. Okay. Kitty meow. Thank you so much for the 2. Says, please show Rappaport no mercy for Kenya and us all. I mean, Kenya destroyed him on Watch What Happens Live when he came for her. Cheryl Joy, thank you for the super chat. Joel, thank you so much. Did you know, Jolene, that Every Day with Jay is doing a live call-in show in about 20 minutes? The last one she did was epic. So fun. It was great. Oh my gosh. I'll redirect over to there after we cover a little bit of Duty Ron. So let me set my redirection. Thank you for letting me know. On the side with TLC, thank you so much for the 199. Says UK version has the new secret traitor twist. What's the new secret traitor twist? Oh goodness, I'm excited. Are we gonna have the new secret traitor twist? You guys, I'm geeking out. Okay, let me redirect to Every Day with Jay before I forget, but we will get a little bit into the duty. The dutiest of the Raniest and the Raniest of the dutiest. Okay, I think I just can do it like this. Okay. Let's see. Here we are. We need to get got to get our redirect on. All right. What are you doing, babies? Oh, no, you're not chewing the tree. No, babies. Come on. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, Dave. No. Come on, babe. You're going to get sick. You're going to get sick, honey. Sorry. Fur mom duty. The dogs are chewing a cord. I don't know why my babies are trying to electrocute themselves. Luckily, it's not plugged in, but still very terrifying. Okay. Let me see here. Right. Bear with me for a moment. You beautiful, lovely peeps. We got 593 likes, you guys. Let's try to get those likes up if we can. Smash that like. It is so appreciated. Okay, let's do this. And customization. Redirect. Here we go. We're going to redirect to oops. Not my videos. Every Day with Jay. I do like her call-ins. Let me know if you guys think we should do a call-in over here sometime. That might be fun. I say that, but then I'm also like, ooh. Oh boy. Okay, so the redirect is on. Let's get into a little bit of the duty. The duty Rani. The Rani duty. All right, come on. Come on, YouTube. Work with me, baby. Okay, here we go. Here we go, you guys. Smash that like. Austin says, I hope Grayson calls in. That would be iconic. Grayson, get on the horn. Call into Every Day with Jay. Come on. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. All right. Let's see, just so you know, Every Day with Jay has more people waiting on her call-in than the interview with Chris Albert does. So, you're killing it, Jay.
Top titty 2x4 to end the game. That was nice.
All right, so we're going to just start with our review and roast of Duty Ron's initial interview with LaurenMatthias. I've been promising you guys for a while, and I'm finally going to deliver on this. And this is from, okay, so I don't think it was a lie. Oh, yeah, it was. Okay, so this is from 2 months ago. It's got 96,000 views. It's on the Duty Ron channel. This with you, and now knowing what we know now, it's so interesting to watch these things back and see just how many things LaurenMatthias was lying about regarding her civil stalking injunction and law and crime. Okay, so watch Duty Ron's video here. I'll put it in the description for those of you on the replay crew. Make sure you check the description of this video for any information you need that we talked about during this live. I try to keep that updated for you. But Duty Ron is a former police officer, right? Let me check his stats right quick. So he has a channel at Duty Ron. If you want to sub up to him, I'll drop the link here. So, all tea, some shade regarding this. We are going to be roasting it up. But his channel is Crime Time, is a true crime broadcast with retired NYPD detective Jodi Ron and Ed Wallace. We deliver evidence-driven case reviews. Oh boy.
Allegedly.
That's awkward now because there was no evidence really given by Lauren. Okay, but they say they deliver evidence-based case reviews with clear, respectful, and victim-first analysis. Okay, well, Lauren did, was trying to convince people she was a victim. So, okay. Expect CSI forensics, body cam, and press conferences, trial coverage, cold cases, and missing persons. No hype, just facts and science. Oh. And then occasionally we interview lying liars who lie. All right. So shout out to them. We're going to be doing some fair use commentary and roasting. So let's go. Let's go, Jodi. Come on, dude. The dudester. Okay. Duty, 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 do ah. We probably won't get through all of it because I do want to, send you all over to Everyday with Jay as well for the call-in show and such. And we've already been live. Well, we've only been live for 2.5 hours. That's kind of short for us. Okay. So we got Jodi Ron on the left, and then we got Detective First Grade Ed Wallace, CSI, retired NYPD. This has 9,000 likes, 96,000 views. And the description is hashtag hidden true crime, hashtag LaurenMatthias, hashtag First Amendments. Oh, this is already not looking good for the home team. Okay. Hashtag cyber stalked, hashtag LaurenMatthias, hashtag hidden true crime. Hidden true crime, LaurenMatthias has been cyber stalked and bullied. Oh boy. Tonight, we're drawing a bright line between criticism and targeted harassment and how creators can protect themselves. LaurenMatthias joins to discuss cyberstalking, bullying, and digital harassment, documentation, legal protections when speech becomes targeted abuse, and how creators can stay safe. Plus, the tension between media access and victim privacy. Oh my God. Hyperbole, hyperbole, hyperbole. If you're experiencing online harassment or stalking, document everything, screenshots, URLs, dates, times, and consider reporting to your local PD and platform. Keep chat respectful, no doxing, no threats, no accusations. All she's going to do is dox, threaten, and accuse someone of something. Time-stamped recap and resources will be added after the stream. This live discussion examines cyberstalking, cyberbullying, and online harassment and how those behaviors intersect with free speech, digital safety, and the law. All subjects are proven innocent in a court of law. Okay, no, stop it with the cops. Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. Our guest, LaurenMatthias, Hidden True Crime, shares her experience navigating these issues as a journalist of chocolate bacon, okay, and public figure. While we break down common tactics, legal frameworks, risk reduction strategies, documentation, best practices, and victim privacy considerations. Oh boy. Oh, and then why are they talking about Meeegan Connor? Is she in this too? Don't you do this to me, Jodi Ron. You guys tell me, is Meeegan in this? Because I got to put my jammies on in case I fall asleep and fall into another coma. Because he's like Meeegan Connor live. Why do we want that? She better not be. She better. Okay, thank God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, guys. All right. Smash that like if you haven't already. Thank you so much.
It happens to the everyday Joe citizen, everyday guys, gals. Good evening, friends. and welcome to another edition of Crime Time with Duty Ron and Ed Wallace. You guys know the drill. We're retired New York City police detectives and 9/11 World Trade Center first responders. If you like all things true crime related from the police detective's perspective, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell so you get all things Duty Ron and this guy right here, Ed Wallace, when we go live or upload another video. Hey, tonight we want to talk about a subject that is very, very, it's a very dangerous topic. And we want to touch on this topic because it involves a good friend of ours, hidden true crime, LaurenMatthias, and her family. Cyber stalking and bullying and the like online. We have touched on this in the past, Ed. We did live streams for a lot of other creators who have been experiencing this, but we know that it happens to the everyday Joe citizen. Everyday guys, gals get stalked and harassed online on a regular basis. Doesn't matter if it's YouTube, doesn't matter if it's TikTok, whatever the platform. These actions have serious consequences sometimes, and sometimes people lose their lives based on the
And this was
harassment.
uncomfortable for me. And this was becoming uncomfortable for me. Oh boy, very dramatic, very dramatic.
Stalking, and the rhetoric that gets fired up in between the conversations on Twitter and Instagram and X, and stories get twisted, and people that are somewhat angry with the particular creator or person could now be pushed over onto the other side of that fence. And I want you to talk a little bit about, you know, what we're going to get into with our good friend Lauren from Hidden True Crime.
How good friends are they? Like, how well do you guys know each other? He was saying, our good friends. We're real good friends. Good friends. Are you like Bobby Joe good friends? Bobby Joe. You tell me.
Time tonight. She's going to be joining us in a few minutes, Ed. Whoops. I did that.
There goes Ed. Oh, and he's pulling up Christina's TikTok. You mean Duty Ron saw the TikTokies and he was like, yeah, this is scary. We are all in trouble.
That's so weird.
You were in NYPD and you saw Christina's TikTokies and you were like, yep, there you go. Oh my God, Duty Ron. Stop it, dudes.
Wrong, Ed. Whitten from Hidden True Crime tonight.
Did
She's
you accidentally pull up Christina's?
going to be joining us in a few minutes, Ed. Whoops. I did that.
Whoops. Let's see what he's looking at here. All right. We got TikTok and Christina. Did he like any of these? At this time, Christina's Objection, Your Honor, TikToky has 714 followers. But we're all like, we're supposed to be terrified for our lives. So Duty Ron was watching Christina. And you saw these, Duty Ron. And you're a cop. You're a cop. A New York City or former. And you thought this was Duty. Duty, you just dutied your pants.
Wrong, Ed. Where did you go? There you go. Go ahead, Ed.
I can't stand bullying of any kind, whether it's kids at school.
I'm about to bully you for that haircut and whatever's going on behind you in that backdrop. What is that? Are those pogs? What is going on back there? Is it a cork board with pogs? What is happening in Ed Wallace's background? Oh boy. And what does his sweatshirt say? What is he, a pirate with pogs? I'm confused.
Online, cyberbullying, whatever you want to call it. I have no place for that in my stomach. I cannot stand
There's no place for that in his stomach. You know, he does have place for steak because he's a man.
that. Okay. And nothing gets me more riled up.
Nothing gets me hornier. These guys are just a joke. It's good. This is going to be a silly time. Okay. Because this is ridiculous.
And this was becoming uncomfortable for me.
I got no place in my pants for that.
Then when parents of children who are bullies start bullying children as well.
What?
But there's bullying and then there's stalking. Now, these are two different things, but you can do both and be both, okay, at the same time. But now you're getting into the world of
Do you got a t-shirt under there, Ed Wallace? Are you raw dogging your hoodie like I do? Yeah. I don't know if my husband's ever raw dogged a hoodie. He usually puts a T under there. You must like how it feels on your nipples.
Ron and I, and we're going to be giving you our perspectives as retired New York City detectives of how we had to deal with things like this in our careers, where women had to go and get orders of protection from
not women
our courts to help protect them from stalkers, ex-boyfriends, ex-husbands.
Yeah, ex-boyfriends, ex-husbands, scary people, actual stalkers, not Christina with the Tikky.
Okay, things of that nature. And remember, I always tell you, stay prepared, stay safe, and watch your six. And it's for a reason. Okay, even though you get
watch your sticks. What do you say?
Things of that nature. And remember, I always tell you, stay prepared, stay safe, and watch your six. And it's for
watch your six. What's a six? Your six hole? What's going on? Why are we listening to these guys? Already better than Meeegan, though. Already better than Meeegan. That is some serious pomade in Ed Wallace's hair to get that standing up there, Ed. Look at you, Ed. You little silver. I don't want to say silver fox. You're like a silver possum.
Reason, okay? Even though you get these orders of protection, they're just paper. Okay, you still have to take the appropriate protective actions for yourself and your family.
Thank you,
against these people. Now, when we were all kids, we can all remember this and relate to it. When we were all kids in school before the internet, okay, you had a bully at school. Well, there was a break from that bully after school was over, and you went home typically. Okay, and you had your core group of friends in your neighborhood, and that's where you hung out. And typically, the bully wasn't in your neighborhood and was someplace else. So you had.
Ed's talking about Pleasantville. All right, Ed. All right. You guys can hear producer Dave's having a good old time. And unless it gets too annoying, I'm just going to let him play. Okay. So if it really bugs you, let me know. But I'm just going to let him play. Because like these guys aren't saying anything that important.
That break, it wasn't 24/7, 365. Now, as it is today with the advent of social media and the internet. Okay? People, people that are doing this, you are playing a very dangerous game. And a lot of what you're doing is criminal. And you have to be made aware of
dangerous game. This ain't bananagrams, bitch. This is dangerous. Okay, just so you know, if you make a ticket, it's a very dangerous game. The NYCDPD are gonna put you on blast while they're raw dogging hoodies with their pomade and their pogs in the back.
That your actions comes with consequences. Okay, I've locked up numerous people for violating orders of protection.
Did you ever do it for Tikky? Tikky? Did you ever lock up someone who's like, hey, those are very dangerous Tikky?
In my career, okay? And what I'm seeing here is very disturbing.
Yeah, it's troubling in many different ways, Ed. And, we look at many.
What the hell is going on in Duty Ron's background? He's got In God We Trust. He's got a sign. He's got a Trisha background. Duty. He's got the 100K plaque. Way to go, Duty. Well done. And he does. Is Duty married to Trisha? Is this Trisha's ex-husband? What's going on here? He's giving Trisha vibes. All right. I'm either gonna totally not enjoy you, or I'm about to fall in love with you, Duty Ron. I don't know which. Okay. K Schmidt 8. Thank you so much. Now I'm gonna talk like these guys. Okay, in my interpretation. Thanks for becoming a member. It's a Trisha background. It is just, it's busy, which obviously I'm a maximalist, I get, but it makes no sense. Unless you're on the psychedelics. Okay, dudes?
Public figures. We have politicians who have been killed in recent history. We had political figures like Charlie Kirk as well, shot and killed all over rhetoric and, violent conversations of hate. And it doesn't matter if it's moderate.
Is he repeating Lauren comparing herself to Charlie Kirk? Oh, boy.
Or, strong hate. Anytime you're spewing negative things about people on social media, there's always people who will follow that lead. Listen, this is, again, this is not something that's directly affecting us, but I could tell you that in my inbox on dutyron.com, at any given time, we get hate. We get people who say, hey, I don't agree with what you're saying. I don't like what you're saying. I don't like what you did. We at my place of business.
That's called being on the internet, sir.
Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off.
You think you're going to put all your shit out there and you're just going to get people going, I love it. You're great. No, you're not.
What's the matter with you people? You're sad that people are mean? Well, I'm sorry. The world isn't one big liberal arts college campus. We eat too much. We take our spoiled lives for granted. Feel a little bad about it sometimes. No. You want to put all your shit up on the internet and have every single person say, hooray for you. F you. You're all pricks.
Where I work, we fire people on a regular basis. People get hired and people get fired. And in this case, with our good friend Lauren, it seems like it was a business associate that was also mixed in with some type of friendship. And
some type of friendship. It was her friend.
We're going to let LaurenMatthias from Hidden True Crime tell that story. She did it in a long 9-hour marathon. It was emotional.
What are the flags holding, Lori Jean? His Pog collection. Remember Pogs? Or Pokemon? Something's going on back there. Okay. Ed Wallace. He likes the Pogs.
Listen to different aspects of it. And some people, Ed, everyone perceives things differently. There are some people in the chat and some people online that said, I listened to 9 hours of Lauren and I got nothing out of it. Oh. Well, and then there's other people who say, I listened to Lauren for 9 hours and I got a lot out of it. So I wanted to host her because I told her, listen, we stand with you because I have personally taken orders of protections out of people's pockets after they were killed. Yeah, I've responded.
Oh, good God.
Oh, my God.
They're being a dick.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick. I think that's Hype Man Husband Chell's cue. He wants us to play a song.
Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. Don't be a dick. That's what you're being right now. You need to stop, check yourself, and calm the fuck down. Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. The things that you do, you're obviously very hurt, and that's why I think that you're a big fucking jerk. Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick.
Woo! Okay. That was good. That was good, Chell, to get us to play that because you guys are being kind of dicks here. And how many times are they going to say our good friend LaurenMatthias? So do you just forego the law and like whether it's actually a crime or stalking or all this stuff because it's your good friend? You just do favors for your good friend, even when she's in the wrong, even when she's misusing police resources, even when she's weaponizing the law to silence people and trying to take away people's First Amendment rights. Okay, cool story.
To a domestic where a young woman had an order of protection against a friend, not even a significant other. This was a friend.
Was it a girl or was it a boy? Was it a girl or was it a boy? If I were a boy.
Who turned into an enemy. And that girl stabbed this girl.
Okay, girl on girl stabbing we got.
Numerous times. And I pulled that order of protection. I'll never forget that.
I'll never forget that.
We've had high-profile cases here with orders of protection laying right next to the victim. In New Jersey, there was one. She got.
All right, quit exploiting these people who actually were victims for LaurenMatthias.
An order of protection against her. With this day and age, with the internet, though.
Jesus Christ! Hey, Duty Ron, you got no more water in there, bro. He's got no more water. Duty Ron grabbed a sip of an empty water bottle. You only got the little spittle at the end. You got the backwash.
Had a concealed carry permit from the state of New Jersey. They refused her, and he shot and killed her in her driveway.
Yeah.
But like you said,
Duty's like, "Where's that water?"
With this day and age,
There's nothing in there, Duty.
The internet, though.
Oh boy, that wasn't even a sip.
This is just beyond one person. One person may start this, okay, and then all these haters come out of the woodwork. Okay. And you never know what's going to trigger somebody.
Not the haters. Not the haters.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
All the critical thinkers, AKA haters, come out of the woodwork.
To go beyond just words and do something fatal, a physical action. Okay. And commit.
Have you seen Christina and her TikTok? You clearly watch the TikTokies and you think Christina with her TikTokies, where she never names her. She doesn't show a picture of her. Okay? She doesn't threaten her. She doesn't even live in the same state as her. You think okay.
A heinous crime because they were
Yes.
inspired
Heinous.
by what they were seeing published on the internet.
Correct. And you said it well, Ed. Back in the day, prior to the internet, you would go home and you'd get a reprieve from your loved ones, your family, your friends. In this day and age, it's there. You can't get away from it. Every time you open your phone up, there's notifications.
Actually, you can. You can block. You can turn your phone off. You can take a break from social media. Okay, we're not children. It's very different when it comes to kids. But when you are over 40 years old and you can't turn the shit off when it's just criticism against you for things you most certainly did, okay, that's a you problem. That's not stalking. That's not harassment. All right, especially now knowing that Lauren was the one in these group texts encouraging people to go troll others on Reddit, having anonymous accounts on Facebook, talking mad cash money shit. But here we are.
Come up and so forth. But listen, let's grab our good friend LaurenMatthias.
Okay, you guys, let's get a counter. So far, I think I got 3 or 4. Our good friend LaurenMatthias. Our good friend. Our good friend. Is this what we do for our good friends? We change the meanings of the laws. We bend the law for our good friends and our ethics and our morals. Hey, David, good to see you. Thank you for dropping in with the 199. Green Bay plays against the Bears this Saturday. Who are you rooting for, David? The Vikings are done. We're done with our season right now. We got to figure out what's going on. Harrison Smith is retired. Okay. JJ McCarthy is 22 and he keeps getting injured. We have no good backup quarterback. We got some issues. We got some issues going on. We'll see.
Let's let her come in here and let's have a conversation about what she's experienced over the last several months. And I don't even know the exact timeline of how long this has been going on, but let's let her talk to.
Well, shouldn't you research this shit? I don't even know what's going on. We just saw you were looking at Christina's TikTok, so you kind of know what's going on, sir. I know, Molly. It just is like, Christina lip synced Eminem, and here we are with Jodi and Ed Wallace, the silver possum, talking about how dangerous and heinous this crime is.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
Okay.
Our audience, because we do share a lot of similar subscriber base. So a lot of our people follow her and vice versa. Lauren, thank you for coming here and thank you for taking the time out of your family life to come and talk to us about this.
Girl, she's got nothing but time. She's got time to troll people on the internet. She's got time for anonymous accounts. She's got time to send mean texts about people. She's got time to troll people on Reddit. This girl's got nothing but time. All right?
Absolutely. Well, I first off just want to thank both of you for having me. Honestly, it was clearly very overwhelming to do. I'd never wanted to do it. I was clearly very emotional. Felt like my hand had been forced and I didn't really know how to then appear back on YouTube, which is my work and what I do. And so I just want to first off thank the Jodi Ron channel for being just a safe space for me to like come back on and break the silence after that marathon. So thank you to my friends.
In my safe space. LaurenMatthias loves a safe space. She's like, there should be more safe spaces, but just for me. Everyone else can suck it. Now go get them. Go troll them on Reddit. What were her exact words that came out of that? Because that was something to see this woman who's like, they're harassing me. Law and crime. Civil stalking injunction. And then to find out she was encouraging people. She was like, yeah. Talking mad shit. Encouraging people. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Talking about how her friendship with Gigi hasn't gotten her anywhere. Oh boy. Lauren, that's not very nice of you, Lauren. And then, okay, what was I looking up here? Let's see. She says, She says people do need to be spoon-fed sometimes. Do you want me to play dumb and ask what you're implying? Oh my gosh. Lauren's asking someone, could you post something like Nate Sutherland, but in your own words? So let me get this straight. Nate is the owner, the manager, the news director, and a reporter? Because she's trying to sabotage Nate's business. This isn't a conflict of interest? How can one remain unbiased reporter for a business they own? That's what we're asking about you, Lauren. How can someone claim they shouldn't be subpoenaed as a journalist if they actually, if in actuality they're a business owner? How can one remain and then she stops. I mean, obviously not the owner, as you've uncovered, but Sutherland isn't doing Nate any favors right now. And I'd like him to know that. Oh boy. And then Lauren tells her group chat, I'll do a video. So someone says, I'm going to send you a post. Or does she write this? Lauren says, I'm going to send you a post I wrote for Facebook that I never posted. Not that I think a sock account should use this info yet. In fact, I think we let her do the live without knowing any of my talking points so she doesn't jump ahead of some of my arguments. But I do 100% think redacted name was abused by Joe. Lauren says, I'll do a video afterwards. She is making it newsworthy and a reason to do a video countering the claims. So let her do her thing, and I'm happy to bring up some of my points afterwards and troll the hell out of her on Reddit. Until then, please, exclamation point, exclamation point. This is the lady who's claiming she was cyber stalked and harassed online, as she's encouraging people to go troll the hell out of her on Reddit and telling people, go in, but in your voice, and put salt on Nate's business. Okay? Because he can't be a real journalist. Isn't that against his journalistic integrity? Lauren. We just know so much now.
Ed and Ron. So I'm doing okay. I'm back home with my husband, John. We're okay. We feel.
Are you okay? I don't think you're okay. I don't think it's because of civil stalking. I just think you're just not okay people. Okay?
You're
We're okay. She's acting as though this is when she's still trying to push forth the narrative that she feels physically threatened. I feel threatened. I feel scared. Christina's coming for me. She's going to ticky-tacky dance in my house and get rid of us all.
Good. I still feel very scared. I know that I feel like I took my power back, but I also I'm still in the like, what's next? You know, I know that a lot of people are now doing lives about my live, and so I'm just hunkered down and with my family. I'm very grateful to be with them.
My family with Grayson at Grayson's extended stay apartment.
Yeah, grateful that you called and reached out, and for everyone, I guess I want to say too, like, thank you to everyone that's reached out, creators, gems, everyone. We are getting the email,
the joms. Thank you to the joms.
Thank you. We did a little private Patreon. Will be, and I'll be back on YouTube after that.
Where they laughed and said, "Oh, if our stalker's watching, thanks for paying the membership. We're so afraid of you."
But thank you for allowing me to have a place to just come back and say hi. I'm okay.
I'm okay. No, it's diabolical. This chick was out here after all, knowing about all the police reports, what the judge said, like knowing all the nefarious shit she's doing, and she's still trying to lie and manipulate people, going, I'm okay. And Jodi Ron's like, okay, we're glad you're okay, because we don't want any broads to die. We love broads over here.
It takes time, Lauren. This is, bless you.
Oh, shit. What the hell was that, Ed? Like the demons just came out. Like, takes time, Lauren.
Ed, this is not a normal thing. Like, look, we as law enforcement professionals, we're used to dealing with this. I've responded to arguably thousands of domestic incident calls. Ed,
This isn't a domestic incident call.
same thing for him. But what we mentioned and what we can bring to this conversation is that the escalation of this and how this can spiral out of control. I want to just validate your fears.
Oh God, now we're on the validation path. I just want to validate your lies. Okay, that's it. Just you are validated. And feeling scared in front of that blank wall, because that blank wall could schmurder you. You never know. You can't leave a blank wall blank for too long, because it might make you blank. Think about it. I didn't. Duty one.
I want to say that, as a mother, you as a mother.
Is he a mother? Oh no, he said her as a mother.
Me as a father, and your husband, obviously, Dr. John as a dad. Your first, instinct is to protect your family and protect the vulnerable.
I don't think that was her first instinct. I think it was to protect herself from her own words getting out and her own bad behavior. But that's nice.
And this was becoming uncomfortable.
Jodi Ron, you cannot be this easily tricked. Thank God you're retired, sir. This is bad.
Your son. And I have questions. I have a lot of questions to ask you.
And you're allowed to ask him. Do you want just to make it fair? If you ask a question that I don't want to answer, I'll say I don't want to answer it too. I'm a journalist. Like I can handle questions, ask away. I'm sure a lot of people.
What? No, you can't. You throw cease and desist at
Cease and
people.
desist. You sent a cease and desist.
You cannot handle questions. You're like, I don't know you. That's not my purse.
You sent her a cease and desist. Stop following her. Stop talking to her.
Yeah.
And then Lauren's like, I can talk to her. It's a press conference. I can do that. And we're like, no, you can't. And then to Sarah, she's like, I don't know who you are. Get away from me. You make me feel uncomfortable. And it's laughable because they know each other. She has Sarah's phone number because Sarah was going to do her eyelashes.
Shout out to Crossbody Sarah and her beautiful eyelashes. And Lauren, anyone that questioned Lauren got a cease and desist, or even her, presuming they might question her, got a cease and desist, or they got a civil stalking injunction.
Cease and desist. You sent a cease and desist.
Or she called the cops on him and had the cops try to strong arm him. So no, she's not good with questions.
People are curious. Go for it. And I have some questions for you too. As law enforcement, I'll have questions for you too. So I hope this isn't just be a conversation among friends. Yeah. I think there are a couple of things I want to clear up. I think
this is the fifth time we've mentioned their friends. Fifth time, really starting to put the friends out there. We're friends. We're like from friends. Okay. Thank you, Patty, so very much for the $4.99.
You guys,
Patty says,
seriously,
oops, sorry, wrong one.
What about
me? Patty says, diabolical is the perfect adjective for this broad. It really is. It's diabolical, especially looking back and knowing everything we know now and that she knew. Oh boy. Diabolical.
The big fair criticisms I've gotten or questions that I've gotten, maybe not even a criticism, but a question is, I cover criminal cases. I cover people's pain. It is true. I try to do it ethically.
Okay. Jenny says, Sarah also does amazing nails. Oh my God, Sarah. Too bad you're not in my locale. I lost a nail recently. Very tragic. Maybe I'm a victim. I'm a victim of my own nails. God, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, okay, let's listen to Lauren try to justify how she's going to, silence how no one should talk about her trauma, but she makes money off exploiting other people's traumas. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, Lala.
The questions that I've gotten, maybe not even a criticism, but a question is, I cover criminal cases. I cover people's pain. It is true. I try to do it ethically, but crime is pain. And I cover.
Oh God, I can't stop stopping because it's not ethical.
You're despicable.
We've learned that what you do is not ethical. And when the surviving family members, when they speak up against you, you try to silence them through false copyright strikes. It's wow. Yuck. Ew.
Trials and criminal trials. What is different with mine being live streamed? And I think I want to explain that the reason that civil stalking injunctions are not live streamed would be the same reason, or even reported on would be the same reason that a child custody battle wouldn't be live streamed, or anything that has to do with really someone trying to escape an abuser, which is coercive control. You've got intimidation.
Yeah, but Christina's not even trying to talk to you. She's not even trying. You were still texting her like novels. She doesn't live in the same state as you. She was lip syncing Eminem songs. She wasn't trying to hit you up, hit you, anything.
Coercive control, things that you can speak to, fears of escalation, fears of people that don't like me finding out, and it escalating, getting bigger and bigger.
Why do so many people not like you? It's probably because you talk shit about everybody, and you go behind people's backs, and you encourage people to get trolled on Reddit through your group chats.
To where it potentially becomes a more concerning, frightening situation. So the actual idea of a civil stalking injunction being reported on, in my opinion, is just so unethical. I want to point out too, as a journalist, someone with a background, I would never cover such a thing. And on our channel, we would never cover such a thing, just like we wouldn't cover, a child custody battle. So I do want to explain that difference. And yes, though, I
Oh my God.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
We would never do that. Yes, you would. You've proven you'd do anything for the almighty dollar. How are you going to build that huge Jodi Hildebrandt compound that you're building? Home. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
If not for the exploitation of people who have went through these horrific crimes and trials. Lauren.
Also want to humbly say, has it made me rethink even bigger how I'm going to cover crime in the future? Yes, we do try to be victim-centered. We do try to be aware. We do try to be careful. And I will continue to do that, hidden true crime, and maybe even become better at it and more empathic. But I did want to explain that difference a little bit, because that was a big question out there. What's the difference between a criminal trial and
it never happened.
What this was, and I to this day I'll never understand why they put in a media request and why they never reach out to me to understand more. But whatever.
Yeah. And one of my questions was going to be, and you beat me to the punch. It's one of my on my list, and I have a whole list here. I have a whole notepad. Do you know why Laura in crime trials?
Wait, let me see that. Hold up that notepad again.
Was going to be, and you beat me to the punch.
I don't think there's anything written on there.
One of my on my list, and I have a whole list here. I have a whole notepad.
It's got a whole, but look, it's blank. That shit looks blank. I got a whole notepad of questions I'm going to ask you here, Lauren. Okay, let me pull it up. Look at this. Look at all my questions. Look at so many. It looks like blank pages, but I wrote it in invisible ink because I didn't want your stalker Christina to see it. Because if Christina gets a hold of this, you never know what she'll lip sync next on the Tikky. I got a whole notebook. That bitch is blank. Unless you wrote in invisible ink or super light pencil, that's a blank sheet of paper, Duty. Duty, you just dutied this interview.
Do you know why Laura in crime trials got
why Lauren in crime trial? Like, what is going on, Duty?
wind, or how they got wind of this civil case? Because like you said, there are high profile civil cases that we heard of them covering. Johnny Depp, some of these other ones, you listed it, you mentioned it in your video that you did, the 9-hour video. Other creators that have a lot of drama surrounding them, and their cases where it's a civil case is out there in the news and people are talking about it. The news goes and tries to cover it, gives local coverage to it. But, it just seemed like, for me as a detective, I detected something stunk about this, that it was just weird that Law and Crime all of a sudden was...
Duty, stop! Just see it as me as a detective. I detected something that stunk about this. And it wasn't the Duty in my pants. And it wasn't Ed Wallace, the Silver Possum's basement, which he's regularly on mute because he farts a lot. Okay, when we're going live, I'm like, Ed, go potty. Ed's like, I'm fine. I'm like, Ed, you're farting up the place. We can hear it. It's picking up. I can smell it over here. Okay? But I know what I'm talking about. The detective detected Blue Jay. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Focus in on LaurenMatthias and her civil case that she was in the process of moving forward. And Ed, you agreed with me when we were in the green room talking about this.
The green room? Oh, you mean like backstage? Oh boy, you really make things super special. In the green room talking about that. You mean backstage in the StreamYard? Calm your boners, guys, okay? This ain't Jimmy Kimmel Live, all right? It's YouTube.
Just didn't seem right. Can you speak on to that, or would you rather not?
She's like, what am I going to say? How can I lie?
I'm having chest pain.
Good. We didn't talk about this in the green room.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Cease and desist. You sent a cease and desist.
Don't tell him about the cease and desist. Don't. Maybe we could talk about Jesus.
Jesus is just alright with me. Jesus is just alright. Oh yeah.
And this was becoming uncomfortable for me.
All right, Lauren. Okay. Oh no, my mousey. Did the mousey die? The mousey's like, girl, you put me to too much work. But this is the moment she realized she fucked up. Lauren's like, oh God. My first question. Dr. John, give me a script. Give me a script. Gray Bay, you got a script? Does anybody got a freaking script?
It's Christian conservative terrorists. It's porno flicks. It's the East Coast. No, it's the West Coast. It's public schools. It's asbestos. It's mental
She's
aid.
rebooting.
It's techno.
Yes, 1993 paper says she's rebooting. All right. Let's try this again. Get a little juice in the old thing. Then I'm going to let it play. Come on. Come on. You got this. Okay, we'll give it a little more juice. Smash that like if you haven't already. You guys, as my mouse decides, I'm done with this. I'm not doing this shit anymore, Jolene. That's what my mouse said. It says,
Dip my Dunkin' between your donut.
Oh, I don't want to dip my Dunkin' between your donuts. Okay? Maybe we need a little Menards break. What happened to the Menards? Is this it?
God is a man made up by other men to tell them that they're special.
Still true, but Menards.
You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
I think the chat has completely paused too on me. So it could be a computer singy. But we will see. We'll get to the bottom of it, you guys. I think it's a computer overload going on. Okay.
I don't have any phones now.
All right. Let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling again. Let's see. Okay. Connected. All right. All right. Let me close a couple windows here. Maybe it's like, you got too many windows open. You crazy biznatch. Okay. And then we're going to play some low-in and plug my mouse back in. And hopefully the chat will catch up right now. It's just not loading your chats. Hopefully we're still live.
No, I'll be willing. I don't know. So full disclosure, I don't know. To this day, Long Crime has never reached out to me, ever, not even since. I do know that one creator named Lori Hellis did a live at the same time I was doing a live. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know that was happening.
Lori!
And that she stated that she was sitting with my stalker and Anjanette Levy at CrimeCon when police were trying to escort my stalker out.
Anjanette Levy, Anjanette. Yeah, I'm not a fan of yours, but Lauren's implicating you in this. She's saying it was Anjanette Levy. Yeah. She was sitting with the stalker who didn't stalk me, Lori Hellis, whose whole book she stole from me. Lauren.
By the way, I want to clarify that night was the night after the photos were taken, because there's some people saying that they were there. There were 2 nights. So the first night she was there, the photos were taken. We were sitting, we'd been there all night, and she was just there with a camera hanging around us in socks. The second night,
hanging around us in socks.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Shout out to Christina. But now we know that it was Meeegan and Joe DeSchmo and DeGuebe, and you guys were moving on up towards your stalker because you're so afraid. And Meeegan was so excited. She was running. She was like, around that road, around that hill, around that building. Ooh. She was like, if I only could, I make a deal with God to be best friends with Lauren. I'm running toward Christina because I am so weird and I am a pick-me.
I'll clarify this too, because people are telling stories. The second night, Aurora PD was very well aware. They actually referred to her as an agitator. They saw the evidence and what was happening. They referred to her as an agitator.
Is that the Aurora PD? That Bobby Joe, the major homicide detective sent out the email? Oh, Lauren. Knowing what we know now. Dirty, dirty, dirty. You are really lying on this one. How you were like, Bobby Joe, I need your help. I know you're busy with major homicides, but there's a girl on TikTok who sees through me and is lip syncing on Tokky. Help me. And Bobby's like, dear everybody, it is I, Bobby Joe. We have a very serious case. Everybody, stop looking and trying to solve the homicides and help creator LaurenMatthias, who backs the blue. Okay? Oh, Lauren.
They saw that she was in the bar the second night. And, I hadn't been there. I'd been at the Clue Awards celebrating the Delphi victims.
Celebrating the Delphi victims. Well, I didn't follow Delphi, but according to people who covered Delphi, they said you really shit the bed on that one. Oh, God. They were showing not good stuff, Lauren. You weren't being, very honest with that as well, allegedly. So,
receiving an award.
Right.
So she could technically be allowed in the bar as long as she was 500 feet from me. So the Aurora PD actually escorted us and said to me and my producer, go around the bar, go look and see if you can see her before you enter so that we can then ask her to leave. So we were
why would the Aurora PD encourage you to go walk around and look for someone you said you're terrified of? That Grayson said, we're just trying to have dinner, and this is how people get murdered.
requested by police to do that because there are rumors about how, we were
no police. Well, I mean, I don't know. Some of these police are pretty crazy, but no good police would be like, oh, you have a stalking injunction. You have a TRO on someone. Yeah, go find them and then come back and tell us. Because according to Duty Ron and Silver Possum Ed, they said people are found every day murdered with the civil stalking injunction paperwork next to them. So why would they send you into the lion's den to find someone who you say is out to get you? This don't make no damn sense.
We're told to do that. So we looked, we saw she was there. And so we told the police officer on duty and they asked her to leave. And I do know, according to Lori Hellis,
God, you're obsessed with Lori Hellis. Leave Lori alone.
She's with I can't think of her channel name, but she stated while I was going live that she was with Anjanette Levy and my stalker when approached. So whether that's true or not, I don't know. I'm just relaying what one creator stated, but I don't know. I don't want.
She also read you for filth. Oh, I gotta clip that Lori Hellis. Is that Lori Hellis live still up, or she just read Lauren down from the Botox to the floor? She read her down. I need to clip that.
Not put any blame on anyone because, like I said, I don't know. I was just absolutely shocked, and I'll tell you this too, as someone that covers trials, this was very interesting. But we had heard, my team of attorneys, and I had heard like 3-4 days earlier that there had been a media request. And when there is a media request, you know this, you find out who's requesting to be pool or what they're requesting. You're like, oh, Court TV is asking to be pool. We'll see, if it gets approved or not. It's in there. It's on the doc.
Court TV is asking to be pool and asking to be cool. Court TV is really cool. Oh, good. Oh, God, Lauren. Talk about making a mountain out of a molehill. Here. Good Lord. Duty, Ron. Do better, Duty. And Duty hasn't come out and been like, oopsies. I think it's time to come out for the oopsies, Duty.
You can see it. And we could see there was a media request, which was shocking. We couldn't see who. So I thought, oh, maybe it's a small YouTuber, trying to get in, their hearing. And
why was she looking? That's what I don't understand. Did she know that this could be a possibility? I don't understand. I missed that part.
But we had heard, my team of attorneys and I had heard like 3-4 days earlier that there had been a media request. And when there is a
how would they hear that? From who?
Media request, you know this, you find out who's requesting to be pool or what they're requesting. You're like, oh, Court TV is asking to be pool. We'll see, you know, if it gets approved or not. It's in there. It's on the docket. You can see it. And we could see there was a media request, which was.
So your brother lawyer, Pace Picani Sauce, was told or saw and told you? What?
Shocking. We couldn't see who. So I thought, oh, maybe it's a small YouTuber, like trying to get in, you know, they're hearing. And so our attorneys called the court and said, hey,
maybe it's a small YouTuber as compared to Lauren, who's a big YouTuber who's in the spotlight.
I don't have any phones now. Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
It was just a small YouTuber. Because remember, everyone's a trial tourist except for Lowen. Lowen is a professional.
Can you tell us who the media request is from? They said we can't actually, because it went from somebody straight to the judge's desk. And so we can't see who it's for. I'm like, huh. And so we wrote, which I read.
This person writes, Lauren wouldn't be in this situation if those mean girls would have just cut ties and went their merry way. I stand with Lauren. Well, Krista Gardner, hopefully you've seen the light, because what we know now is that Lauren was the mean girl all along. I really love to break it to you, lady. But it was Lauren who wouldn't cut ties. It was Lowen who wanted to troll people and have anonymous things and start drama for your mama. All right.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Hopefully you've seen the light. Maybe you haven't. God bless.
My 9-hour live, a very lengthy reason as to why there should never be media in a civil stalking injunction, and my specific civil stalking injunction.
My and me and not me, everybody else. Okay, I can exploit children and horrible crimes against them, but not me. Not me and my fake civil stalking injunction. No, me, not me.
Injunction, why I'm in danger. And like I said,
in danger. Oh my gosh. You weren't in danger, lady. You were only in danger of being found out for who you really are.
This is someone trying to escape a coercive control issue.
You and Meeegan and these damn buzzwords. I am over it.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
And then I was actually at my attorney's office when it was
your brother, Pace Picante Sauce,
approved, and they were like, it was a long crime. And so I will never know why they did that. Yeah, they're not checking the Utah civil, and I will never know why they didn't reach out to me and how this happened.
She'll never know. She'll have to live her whole life never knowing why they would do that to her. Lauren, why?
I am not buying it.
Interesting.
They're bored. Yeah, interesting. Okay, it's kind of dramatic, but all right, let's go.
I want to switch gears just a minute because, you know, I got a little ahead of myself here about asking about Lauren crime. But another question that I had for you, and I think a lot of people.
What the fuck is Ed Wallace doing? Is he okay? He's just like. What's going on? What are you doing with your hand, Ed? What's happening over there, Ed?
Want to know? And I.
Is he? Oh, I thought he was going to give us the finger. He's like.
And I do believe that you gave quite a detailed
Why is Ed doing finger guns? I feel threatened. I feel scared. All right.
I feel like you're breaking up with me, like in the game.
Bruh. He's like, put your finger guns away, Ed.
Explanation of this is, do you know, Lauren, why this is happening to you? Why and how this started? Can you give a overview to folks who might not be clear on this, is exactly how and why the.
Lots of hands going on here. Duty Ron.
When these wheels started turning and the turn of events that led to where we are today.
Yeah. And then
quit putting her full screen.
And if you want to jump in and tell me why you really think it's happening, let me know. You know, like I say, I'm hidden true crime. We're proud to say that we have the hidden motives, but at this point, you being law enforcement, maybe you can help me understand. But I can say in general, the TLDR for those that they can't handle watching a 9-hour live stream is I have a business that was growing, and I had contract workers, and one of them quit unhappy, and then I had another contract worker who I then terminated, and then I had them. Then I had the friends, and then there were friends. Two contract workers. Like I should say, the stalker was also a contract worker. Although oddly, she says on her TikTok accounts targeting me that she was just an ex-friend and never a TikTok worker, but I have plenty of invoices showing she was. And so you've got two contract workers.
So again, it's more proof that Meeegan's script was written by the Matthiases, because it's the, hey, jealousy. I was growing. I have a YouTube channel, and I was growing. And I was growing a lot. And I had contract workers. I have a very popular channel. My channel is growing. I continue to grow. We all grow. Well, I grow. They don't grow. There's contract workers. Okay, they said they weren't, but I have invoices. I paid them because they're contract workers, because I was growing, and they're jealous.
Contacting another ex-contract worker, and then you've got this stalker that's actually reaching out to every person I confided might have a beef with me from my past.
Where's the proof on that, Lauren? I never saw the proof on that. Crazy.
And they're getting a larger and larger group together. They're
building an army. It's a whisper campaign, when really the whole time, you guys, it was LaurenMatthias and Grayson with the whisper campaign. It's still going on. Grayson is still DMing people who don't want to hear from her. She's still sending unsolicited DMs to people, being like, when you say this, you don't know the whole story. Off the record, on the record, off the record. This person sucks. We're the best.
In every generation, there is a chosen one. She alone will stand against the vampires, the demons, and the forces of darkness. She is the Slayer.
Thing Patty says, as a detective, they should know better. They don't. They don't. It's just a lot of duty in the pants.
I think their ultimate thing of power is that in private conversations, I said mean things about people, and that they have the receipts, and that they know. And then what this group did is then start reaching out to other people to join the fold. I call it a whisper campaign, where it's all behind the scenes. And I can tell you, like, this is actually, I get a lot of texts all the time. My phone was silent. Like, I don't know how far this went, and then we're getting whispers and threats, and a few things are coming out, and someone's finally calling me saying, hey, I got a call.
It's an urban legend that never happened.
From this person, when I'm like, that person? And they're telling me, people I've interviewed, people I love, to never trust you again, that you're evil, like that you are really bad.
It's an urban legend that never happened.
And things like that. It just continues, just like, and but it all leads back to what I just told you, ex-contract workers. That all roads
lead back to ex-contract workers, because they're ex-contractors, and I have a really big channel and it's growing, and 28 million views, like Meeegan is going to tell you over and over again. And obviously ex-contract workers, and then there's some ex-contract workers. And I want to be Annie Elise and ex-contract workers.
Lead back to the ex-contract workers and their friends, and then it just goes bigger and bigger. No one reaching out to me, by the way, not even Law and Crime. And getting bigger and bigger to the point where this is giant snowball. I don't know right from left. And
I don't think you ever knew right from left.
And then it gets to the point where I'm trying to reach out to people to understand. A proton email goes out. And this is where it gets strange too, because
you and Grayson, or especially you, seem to love those anonymous accounts. Okay. But now this proton email goes out.
I'm thinking, oh no, some of my private texts have gotten out. I'm ashamed. I'm not perfect. It's embarrassing. But then there's a proton email that goes out, meaning proton is a protected thing where it's anonymous, and it goes out while I'm covering the Brandon Boudreaux trial, Lori Vallow representing herself, and it says that I've talked shit about all these people that actually aren't people I've talked shit about.
Oh man, this is bad. This is bad, Lauren, because now the lie detector determined that was a lie. You were talking shit about everybody.
You're lying. No, I'm not lying.
Not only were you talking shit about them, but you're trying to set them up through trolling, through anonymous comments, encouraging other people to participate in this. Ay, 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 lady.
So now I'm like, okay, now it's a smear campaign. This isn't actually even what I've actually said.
You've smeared yourself. You've pep smeared yourself. It's a pep smear campaign. You've smeared it yourself.
Now, okay, I haven't talked shit about these people. One of them's like my best friend. So I'm like,
which one was her best friend? Because you talk shit about everybody. Which one's her best friend? Who's she referring to there? I've talked shit about people. One is my best friend. Which one is it? Who's her best friend? I didn't even know she had any friends left. Is it Grayson? She's a contract worker. She's a worker. But who's her best friend? If one of them was my best friend, which one's her best friend? Oh, Susan? Oh, Susan Hendricks. Oh, Susan. I'm sure. Have those texts come out yet? I'm sure they're coming out if they haven't already.
Going on. So that's happening. I'm trying to reach out to people right and left to figure out what's going on. And then
Blue Jay, Meeegan wishes. You're trying. I love how Lauren describes this here. Yeah, Meeegan is not her best friend. Meeegan wishes she was her best friend. She hates Meeegan. I love how she's talking about reaching out, and it's like reaching out to everybody, trying to find out. And really, it was the police. Now that we've seen the body cams, so this is far after all of the Henderson body cams, all the body cams where we see her and Grayson trying to utilize Officer Broken Scrotum to strong arm people to find out who knows what and who's who of who and what to get the FBI involved.
No one will pick up my phone calls or talk to me. So my producer reaches out.
Oh, this is early on throwing Grayson under the bus, but Grayson does reach out to people. Grayson.
You're a virgin who can't drive.
Grayson, we got to get a life for you, girl. You got to get a life, girl.
To a creator who says they want my head on a platter.
Well, now we know that's not true, Lauren. That was just a term that Gigi used. Gigi herself said she just said that as a figure of speech. Okay, and also it's a figure of speech. Dummy, dumb, crazy pants. It's a figure of speech. Let's see, what did Gigi say about this? I know Gigi's like, listen, I don't want this drama. I don't want this bullshit. Okay? Gigi said, I posted this on this thread. She wrote this on the true crime. What is this? The True Crime Podcast Reddit. I posted this posted on this thread, but let me copy and paste for you again. There's much more, but I don't air dirty laundry. All the drama aside from the current topic of discussion was known to a lot of us in spring. We all moved on, but I guess this has caused the past to rise up again, which I am totally over after months of being thrown in this at no fault of my own. This was in response to someone saying they hope I wasn't shunning Lauren. Shunning? No. But I did. But did I remove what little contact I had with her outside of being at trial after being shown proof of what awful things she said about me? Again, this is Gigi from the Pretty Lies and Alibis podcast. I will link her channel to subscribe if you're not already in the description of this video, you guys. So Gigi says, yeah, I did remove what little contact I had with her outside of being at trial after being shown proof of what absolutely horrible things she said about me over the course of years. Oh, damn, Lauren, you're talking shit about Gigi for years? Gigi seems cool as hell. You're so jealous. Talk about jealousy, girl. You sure hate a lot of women creators. You look at them all as competition. It's really sad to live in that world. Comparison is the thief of joy, Lauren. Okay? It's called removing myself from drama and moving on with what matters to me in life. My grandmother, my kids, my work. And in fact, even after I knew about all this way back in May, I still walked up to her at Brandon's trial on day one and asked how she was and said, it's good to see you. When she sent me an apology email, I replied back in a positive way. I do not wish anybody harm, but me choosing to be the adult and prevent any further drama in my life is fair. There are two sides to every story, and I could have gone public in May with mine, but in spite of everything that was done against me behind my back, without my knowledge, all while thinking what little connection we had at trials was good, I don't want to be the reason for anyone's downfall. This isn't my problem. But when people are made aware of things said and done against them and choose to quietly walk away instead of airing it out in a public forum, that's not shunning. We also have Gigi saying that she was the one who said the head on the platter. I think I saved that here. And then Lauren took that and ran with it. And it was just a figure of speech that Gigi had used. And then Lauren was like, they want my head on a platter. That's a threat. Anything they could grab at her and Grayson to try to prove this false narrative. It's crazy. So Hella posted 2 days ago, shout out to Excited Utterance. I tried to stay out of this whole mess, but sometimes I want to set things straight so there's no confusion or speculation. It was me. I had blocked Lauren's phone to not deal with this mess. And an unknown number called me, Grayson, with my Grammy in ICU. Sometimes the doctors call on out-of-state numbers. So I answered, and it was Grayson. Dun, dun, dun. The comment was made after several minutes of trying to be nice and explain to Grayson my Grammy was in the ICU. I hadn't slept in 3 days after taking the red eye out of Phoenix. When I got the call, she was critically sick, and I wanted no part of this. But she kept going and going. So eventually, she got that side of me. I was in a hot parking garage in June, waiting to go back to the ICU. Ugh, in Phoenix in June. Ugh. After running home to take a shower and get more clothes for that night, after being interrogated for way too long, I lost my temper and I told her that people know what's going on. People are pissed. They want it public and they want Lauren's head on a platter. I meant it as a figure of speech, obviously. I would never threaten anyone ever. Edited to add, I never mentioned a single name to her. It was a general statement. And to add to this, Grayson told me she went into Lauren's phone without her knowing to get my number to call me when she was alone to find out what was going on. So to pin this all on Christina, her stalker, is just a straight up lie. To pin this on any of the other women, when clearly Gigi's like, no, I just said that. Grayson was pushing and pushing. Poor Gigi is in the ICU with a family member passing away, and she's dealing with this bullshit and having Gray Baby like, I'm calling you. And they took that and they ran with it and they used it as evidence in their civil stalking injunction when Christina never said it. Nobody said it except for Gigi as a figure of speech. And it's always a figure of speech. Like, this is how diabolical and vile these women are. To push and push and push at Gigi and continue to push and then have the cops call her as she's dealing with the loss of her grandmother and her grandmother passing away. Like, just gross. But the same thing they did to Kay when she's at, the trial for her brother's murder. Lauren is talking to her about this bullshit. About Lauren just being a shitty person and talking crap on people. And it possibly coming out, but calling it her stalker. And a whisper pap smear campaign. While Kay is dealing with multiple trials for her family members who have been tragically killed. Like, it just, Lauren, you suck at this. You're sucking as a human being right now. You got to fix your shit. That is disgusting. What you did to Kay, it's disgusting what you did to Gigi. It's disgusting what you did to Christina. It's disgusting what you do to Kresha. It's really, really gross, bro. I can't even make that shit funny. That is just yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. All to save yourself from accountability for your shitty ass behavior.
And that I better brace myself because it's It's going to go viral and it's bad. And
it's bad. It's bad. Let's stop talking shit.
She continued to say, brace ourselves over and over again.
That's not what Gigi's. I believe Gigi. Gigi doesn't do hyperbole. Gigi just calls it how it is. Gigi, like she said, she could have used all of this, knowing all the shit you've talked about her, according to her, for years. She could have made money. She could have went live. She could have exposed this. She didn't. Gigi's not about the drama. Gigi's to tell it how it is. So again, you're lying about what Gigi said to Grayson.
It was so scary. Again, with my phone being silent, no one talking to me.
That's her biggest fear, is that her phone is silent. No one's talking to her. She has no one to gossip with, no one to talk shit about people to. She's so scared. This is people like this is their biggest fear, that what they're doing, their behavior is going to turn around on them. So now she's like, I know I do this. I ice people out and I talk shit about them. And now she's like, oh my God, no one's calling me. That means they're doing to me what I've done to people all these years. Holy shit.
Threats that I've spoken about people I haven't, that I called the police because they're like, they want my head on a platter, and people turning on me that I thought were my friends too. Like, so, and now,
who cares? Who cares? You're a shitty friend. We see it in the text messages. You run a shitty business, in my opinion. It's unethical. All right? You're too up your own ass. You're conceited. You have no self-awareness. You want to blame everyone else. You and Grayson are life ruiners. That's my opinion. Okay?
You're terrible, Muriel.
That's what we've seen. That's what I've seen through everything that's come out.
That's my opinion!
Do better.
They're saying that I'm abusing the police. Like, it just, there's.
You are. You're abusing the justice system. You're weaponizing it. You did. You have.
Nothing I can do that's right. I'm like spinning my wheels, right? Like,
oh, the perpetual victim. I mean, I did nothing I can do is right.
I call the police. Now I'm abusing the police. I take it lying down. They just keep punching. I gray rock it, meaning you stay silent. You don't respond.
You were always responding. We saw the group chats, the texts. You couldn't not respond. Your biggest fear is people wouldn't respond to you. You were loving being in the mess.
It doesn't stop. And then after that, brace yourself. Multiple accounts happen. I actually only said on my live.
I am not buying it.
That there was a TikTok and Instagram. I had no idea she had a YouTube too. But, so multiple accounts.
Where's this YouTube? Where did Christina ever post on a YouTube channel? How come you never showed that? You're just saying things.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
A Twitter, whatever it's called.
Whatever it's called. You're on Twitter. You know what a Twitter is. You used to broadcast to Twitter. Are you talking about Twitter Space? Have you shown any proof of Christina having a Twitter Space? No.
X recently started. And just every other day, threatening cyberbullying on all of these accounts, saying,
oh my God.
You're despicable.
They have something on me. And then it also makes me wonder, what did I do? What did I do? Maybe.
You know what you did. You know what you did. You even told the police months before this interview with Duty Ron that you talk shit and you're terrified of it getting out.
Maybe I am bad.
You are. You are. You got to fix yourself, Lauren. You're at too big of an age to be this bad.
I have things I'm ashamed of that I said behind the scenes I do. So then you start questioning yourself, and
you should.
Like, I am a bad person. Like,
yep. You're acting like a bad person. So fix it. Do better.
What did I do? What do they have? And that's kind of.
You mean, what do you do? What do you have? Check your phone. It's in your phone.
My husband's taught me like coercive control and intimidation. Like,
oh my God, don't listen to him. He's a big dummy. He wears old lady glasses and always wants to get back to Brad Pitt. Don't listen to him. He's a huge part of the problem. Okay. He's still talking about being cut off in 1996.
It's about the fact that years ago, when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion. And I'm still pissed.
He's still pissed. Is this your husband? Ma'am, you knew what you were getting into. Look at the way this man looks at you. This is not good. This is not good, Lauren.
We have the receipts. A lot of people have been saying for about 5 months they've got the receipts. But just repeat it, and it's been going on for months. And I actually ignored it for months and months and months. It got bigger and bigger. Like I said, I have been canceled on news organizations.
Was she just fat shaming John? She was like, and he got bigger and bigger. He got bigger and bigger. Lauren, that's not nice. That's not nice, Lauren. Share the Wegovy. That's not nice. You shouldn't fat shame your spouse. You're fine, John. I mean, you're not, but you're good. Well, no, I can't say that either. Whatever.
So not knowing how or why, and then I'm finding out, I think the scariest part for me was also finding out that this, the person on all the accounts saying bad things about me.
What bad things?
Cyberbullying me is then calling people that she knows that I have beefs with and riling them up like from years ago. And she's
where's the proof on this? We're gonna need to see some proofs.
Cease and desist. You sent a cease and desist.
Reaching out to people where I'm realizing that just that alone is a violent act. Like when you have a problem with somebody from the past and it maybe didn't end well, and they're calling them and they're instigating their anger and their then it got very scary. And so I was very fearful to go anywhere. And I was going to go actually to the Adelson trial. And because of this, that's why I didn't go. I reported.
Thank God. They did not need you there, lady. It's like, I couldn't go to another trial. And exploit more victims. I just couldn't do it. And that hurt me and my pocketbook and me like Meeegan. Oh, my lordy, lady. Knock it off, Lauren. Oh, my goodness. Stop it. Stop it, Lauren. Knock it off. We're done here. Okay? Gosh, just crazy knowing everything we know now and her spewing this bullshit. It's like, no. No. No, Lauren. Stop. Stop. Don't talk to a cop. Here's Lauren. Oh, boy. This is her rebrand, you guys. Get ready.
From home. And then it kept getting... So then I learned, like, there's more people coming from my past. And I'm like, what are they doing? And then the TikToks are saying, we're trying to find her LinkedIn. Isn't it strange? She doesn't have a LinkedIn. I can't figure out.
Who cares? Everybody looks up everyone's LinkedIn. How people get jobs. What's on your LinkedIn? That's so... Shut up.
Who's linked with her? In other words, I can't call them. And then they're saying, okay, I've called UNLV now. That's where my husband is an adjunct professor. And they're saying that they're exposing my husband, who has nothing to do with this. And people have been wondering why he hasn't been on.
We've come to find out he has everything to do with this, Lauren. Knock it off, Lauren. Oh, my God. She is just... Ay, 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 Lauren. Just the fact that you're saying and doing this, knowing you knew all the stuff we now know, and you're still trying to pass yourself off as, oh my God, we're so scared. It was so scary. And I was so scared. And she was so scared. And we were so scared. It was my own words. I was really afraid of my own words. And they were very scary. Have you ever talked so much shit you don't remember how much shit you talked? That's me. Lauren. Oh, lady, why you gotta be so lie? Why can't you tell the truthy? Like, pretty soon, Lauren's gonna get so desperate that she's gotta befriend Meeegan, a woman she clearly despises. And she's gotta use Meeegan as a mouthpiece, as a PR mouthpiece for her channel, as it's imploding due to her own behavior. But desperate times call for desperate measures, says Lowen. Allegedly.
On YouTube, and we've only been doing Patreon episodes, angry that, we're putting my co-host behind a paywall. Well, yeah, because we feel safer. behind a paywall. That's, you know, he had a
saved her behind a paywall. Did you just say you feel safer behind a paywall? You realize that these haters and stalkers can pay. You're just trying to make that money, honey. She's just trying to make that money.
Jodi Hildebrandt would say, "Oh, I am being stalked. I've been stalked 16 times. Help me, help me. I'm the victim. I'm the victim." Which, by the way, this is pity play. We need to talk about pity play. Maybe I'll do another video on it. But Sociopath Next Door, Dr. Martha Stout, who wrote that book, stated people always ask her what the number one thing is if they're looking for a sociopath or a psychopath. And she said, everyone wants me to say some nefarious detail, some wicked thing that you can see if someone's really evil or really not. She said, there's none of that. What it is pity play. If somebody is always the victim, if someone is always trying to reach for your sympathy, if someone is always trying to get your pity, it's likely there's a problem.
Does that sound familiar, Lauren? Does that sound familiar?
Board complaint recently he had to defend, which he defended, and it was ridiculous. Like it's just like, I didn't mention that on my live either. Right. There are more Patreon emails. There's more stuff going on. I mean, I know that I covered it for 9 hours, but I didn't cover everything going on. You know, and and then you can't explain it either. Like, I'm not this person. So you know, I don't know. I don't see. It's so hard to explain, which is why I did a 9-hour live. I'm like, no one.
Like Judge Judy says, it's not hard. You don't have to have a good memory. It's not hard to tell a story when you're telling the truth. So that could be why it's hard for you, Lauren. It's hard to keep up with the lies after lies. Yes, it's word salad. Buzzwords, word salad. Thank you, Chicken Head, for the $4.99. As a person who has a coworker stalk me, I ran from any place he might show up, right? Yeah. That's what people do when they really are being stalked. Thank you, Sarah M, for becoming a member, and also ASB 412. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Oh boy.
Can believe this. And my fear, unless if I was going to say it, I had to say it, you know? So I spent
Can I jump in here and say something?
hours saying it.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, for people saying that, oh, this isn't restraining order stuff, that this is just mean girl behavior. Well, I'm sorry. This is beyond mean girl behavior.
This is just Lauren being a mean girl behavior. It is.
They have crossed the line into the criminality. Okay. Constant threats, emails, text, videos, and so forth. The crime there would be aggravated harassment. Okay. Contacting other people.
Listen, dumbass. I hate to call you dumbass, but I also kind of love it. No one is constantly sending her emails or texts or harassing her. She's the only one doing that. Do your research. You're a damn detective. It says right in your name, detective first grade. So is it just in the first grade? You just have a first grade level of detective work? Ay, detective. Silver Possum, Ed Wallace. CSI. Oh boy.
And from the past that may have had a beef with Lauren and so forth. Now we start getting into aggravated harassment and conspiracy. Okay. Then making any type of threat over the internet, besides, is a federal crime. And we're talking about.
Where were the threats? Name them. Name them. Name them, Silver Possum. Name them.
Making terroristic threats.
What were the terroristic threats? Name them. None of these cops can name the laws. They can't name. There's no receipts. There's no proof. There's no nothing. Nothing.
Okay. I mean, if this was a beef between an employer and a contractor, well, we have legal ways to deal with this in civil court. Okay, or criminal court, depending on if there are being or crimes are being alleged about an employer contract with a contractor. Okay, now if this was some other kind of beef, okay, well, you've taken that beef to an
not beef. It's what's for dinner, bitch.
Reasonable level. Okay, and you have to step back and take a look at what's going on here. Okay, this is not normal.
Sir, I think your nipples are chafing. underneath your raw dog hoodie. I don't think you're thinking straight. You're bleeding. You got to put some Band-Aids on your knees. Something's happening. There must be blood loss going on because this makes no sense.
Not normal. And it's unreasonable. And a judge already issued a restraining order.
A TRO. Good God, the misinformation from these fools. What the frick does his sweatshirt say? Dummy dum dum. Poopy pants. No, it doesn't. I don't know what that says. Are you in a gang, sir?
Okay, evidence was presented and the judge saw it. Now,
he saw it. He better not have saw it. I don't think that's legal. To saw something.
Let me step back even further. Having seen the video of the Aurora Police Department encounter at the crime con, okay, she's lucky she walked away. If I was given that order of protection from a complainant and I read it, and there's the person within 500 feet doing exactly what the order tells her she can't do, and after talking to her, I find out she knew about it and she was served.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do, big guy? What you gonna do, tough guy? You gonna put some pomade in her hair? What you gonna do? Spike your hair higher? What you gonna do, big guy? Put on your super bifocals? What you gonna do, tough guy?
And she has a photo.
What you gonna do, little Christina, with the Tikky Tuckies? You talk big in your basement with your pogs behind you. God knows what else is going on back there.
Graph up and sent to her. Okay. The bracelets come out and she's in cuffs and she's leaving.
All right, well then you got to go on a plane. I'm on a plane. I can't complain.
With me.
Violating an order of protection is a crime.
That's right.
She did it several times. But see, people in the chat, Ed, are saying,
Naimam. When? Naimam. What is going on with Duty Ron's hands? What in the pleasant plumpery is happening there? Those are some mitts. Duty Ron's got mitts. Get it, sir.
Well, I didn't see or hear any threats. Threats don't have to be direct. And when you tell somebody, which they told Lauren, that creators, or I think they said plural, many people are
plural. Oh boy, this is seriously like watching Dumb and Dumber and Dumber and Dumber.
Many creators want your head on a platter. That's a threat. It's an.
I don't have any votes now.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Listen, I want all your heads on a platter. Everyone in this chat. We're all going to jail tonight. Guess who's going to jail tonight? Everyone who says, "With your head on a platter." And look at first grade detective Silver Possum. He's like leaning forward. And then Duty Ron is like, I got these hands. I got these mitts. I'll take her downtown with these mitts. If she says any kind of wordplay, figures of speech, or threats.
Idle threat. And, you know, people don't understand that you can't just go around saying, we're going to ruin you. We're going to do this. And the amount of not only psychological torture we saw and heard, Lauren.
Psychological torture? Oh my God. Drama queens. Shut up.
You smug motherfucker.
He's like the blue Dr. John.
Talk and get so vulnerable on that live stream that night.
You say get so horny? What do you say? So vulnerable.
Our live stream this. And the amount of not only psychological torture we saw and heard Lauren talk and get so vulnerable on that live stream that night. Our live
How come everybody swallows their words?
Stream, she talked about harming herself. I mean, this is
Calgon, take me away. I can't. This is so stupid.
You save big money.
Producer Cordelia.
You save big money
Cordelia.
when you shop Menards.
You guys need to go shop at Menards or something. Get a hobby.
it's not something that she had to share with everybody.
God, why is he doing that? Making his finger look like a peony. He's like, look at my penis finger. This is serious.
But she wanted to share it to show you with full transparency the enormity of what these events are doing to not only her, but her entire family.
No. You couldn't be wronger, sir. And look at, here comes Detective First Grade, Silver Possum. And he's like, I got my finger guns out. I got one for you. I feel threatened, Detective First Grade.
Her husband's blood pressure raising up.
Blood pressure is indicative of so many things. Not this. Not this. Maybe it's the in and out. Maybe it's the animal style. I don't know. Her husband's blood pressure's raising. So we got to arrest everybody. Everyone's going to jail. If John's blood pressure rises anymore, everyone's going to go to jail.
It's about the fact that these people cannot handle vulnerability. It's about the fact that years ago when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion. And I'm still pissed. Years later, I'm pissed that somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question in probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. Because it was about my son.
I think his blood pressure is always rising. This man is fragile. If you look up male fragility in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of Dr. John.
Her son asking questions. This is not regular, normal, good human behavior. This is beyond it. Ed,
now,
go.
Lauren, the incident at the bar restaurant with her videotaping your party, okay? She was well within 500 feet, okay? Yeah. This occurred after the police confrontation at CrimeCon.
That night.
That night. So she knew, she was given a break by the police. She knew about the restraining order, the order protection. And then that night she goes out and violates it again. Now, any reasonable person looking at this should understand this is not reasonable behavior. This is not normal behavior. That something is wrong here. Okay. And she could have been arrested in the bar.
Yeah. I also want to point out that she also posted that day. This is how subtle it is, how vague. No one else would notice, but she knows that I'm watching, right? Because I've filed something. So how vague it is. She posts on the TikTok targeting on me, or all the accounts, her smiling and the lyrics to Worms, which is an Eminem song. Go look up the first verse. So I don't want to misphrase it. Google it and read the first lines of Worms. So after she was served by Aurora police, shared her.
You don't even know the lyrics, and you're so offended and terrified by it. I don't know the lyrics. You'll have to look it up yourself. I'm not sure, but it's terrifying. That Eminem, that Marshall Mathers is terrifying. God, if you listen to his Worm song, nobody likes you, everybody hates you. Guess I'll go eat worms. I was terrified. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, what's happening? Why are you doing this, Christina? Duty Ron's looking that shit up. Amanda, good catch, Amanda. Amanda Liv's mom says Duty Ron looking at. She's like, what the? How you spell? Is it an M? Amber Stamper Damber, an M, like the candy, or how do you spell that? I can't. I'm only finding the M&Ms, the actual chocolate treats that I like to put in my mitts and go. I eat them like this. I love them. They're delicious. Which one are you talking about there, lady?
Smiling, doing a verse of this song, then showed up in the bar. And do you see the words? Something about the plaintiff. I think
Duty Ron can't find it. Duty Ron's like, I'm looking. Eyes are looking.
I'm gonna play it if you don't mind. Is it okay?
Are you gonna be okay? I'm gonna play the lyrics. Do you mind? Is this gonna traumatize you? She's like, I don't know if I can take it. An Eminem song? I would prefer the mushroom song. I never meant to give you mushrooms, girl. I never meant to bring you to my world. And now you're sitting in the corner crying. And now it's my fault, my fault. You got that one? Now I'm going to play the worms one. Okay, how about My Dad's Gone Crazy with Haley? I think My Dad's Gone Crazy. No, you don't got that. Okay. If you got to play worms, I guess. Just do it. Just do it.
Okay, if I play that TikTok?
Yeah.
Are you okay? Are you okay if I play that TikTok? Is that okay? Are we all going to be triggered? Is everything going to be okay? If we play this TikTok about the worms, is it going to throw you back into some trauma? Is it going to give you the PTSD, the PTAD, whatever it's called? What's it called? Detective First Grade? I don't know. I'm just staring at the comments saying they like my pomade hair. She's like, yeah, you can play it. Yeah, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I just hope my family's okay after hearing this.
Okay.
All right. If you don't want me to, I won't.
No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Oh, hey, Christina, you look so cute.
And look, this is her entire TikTok. I went and showed Ed before we went live.
Oh, you need to apologize, Duty Ron. You need to apologize, Duty Ron. You helped in the slander and defamation of Christina. And you looked at that TikTok. And really, you're going to come in here and act like it's scary. Now I can't trust anything you say.
It's like almost every one of her created TikToks on that account, or indirectly, or she doesn't mention
indirectly.
Mention you by name, and
doesn't mention her by name, and it's indirectly. Huh? Doesn't seem very harassing.
That's where people are getting caught up. Ed, I know you might have something to add to this. This girl, Christina, does not mention Lauren by name.
Well, there you go. So it's completely inappropriate that you guys are out here labeling her as some kind of scary stalker.
It's inappropriate.
For Tikky where she's not named, you said it's indirect. You wouldn't know any of this unless Lauren told you.
But everything.
No case. Exactly, Molly. No case. She's like, don't say that. Don't say that.
That she's doing has to do with her. She soured up that she was let go from her contract.
She soured up that she was let go. You're just speculating. You're just doing your own narrative around this.
Duties with Hidden True Crime, and she didn't want to make a clean break. She wanted to say, hey, I got these
How do you know? Did you interview Christina? Have you asked anyone else except for LaurenMatthias?
Conversations, and you were honest enough to admit, hey, sometimes
honest and LaurenMatthias do not go together. Dude. I hope that eventually you make a statement about this, because this is
I did say she was annoying. You have any?
Oh, is it illegal to be annoying? Because if that's the case, then a lot of people should be in jail. Some might say I should be in jail. You know what I mean? It's all subjective. So now, Duty Ron says, if you're annoying, she's annoying. You got to get locked up like Akon. I've been locked up. They won't let me out. No, they won't let. Okay, stop it, Jolene. Stop it.
Times I say my producer, Kristen, annoys me. I say it like maybe 3 times a day. But she annoys me and I love her. And she knows it. You know?
It doesn't sound like a good work environment for, what's her name? Christina? You can get a better job. I don't want a boss who's saying I'm annoying. You guys are assholes too? Is that why you relate to Lauren? Look at Lauren looking down. Getting Grayson's texts.
So we have this open line of communication. So if I were to inadvertently fire her and say, hey, you're done with me, she could show you a bunch of messages of like, hey.
Oh, you relate to this, Duty Ron. That makes this even scarier.
The patriarchy. What the hell? Oh my God. No way.
Next is going to be the Duty Ron exposed. Kristen or Christina, whatever he said his producer's name is. Apologies to her. What is Lauren doing? Is she doing sock puppets? She's going to expose him, and he's going to go, she could show you all these messages of me being a dick. So you're all really bad at running businesses and YouTube channels and podcasts. You just like to attack people who work for you or are your friends. Good God. Lauren's like, it's okay, Lauren. You're telling the truth. This is my best friend, Hangela. Yeah. You're great, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. You're really special. And everyone believes you. Thank you. Thank you so much. But Warren, what Hand? Can you stop talking shit about me in the DMs? I'm not. I see it. What are you talking about? I'm the hand you use to write the bad things. What? Not Hangela. Now Hangela knows. Okay, that was stupid, but I can't control what's going to come out of my mouth sometimes. I just have to trust and go with it.
Jodi Ron told me to stop it, or had a stern conversation with me. This is what happens when you have a relationship with someone who's working for you.
Well,
I don't think so. I don't think that's what happens. I don't know. I don't want to work in a place where they're calling me annoying, putting me down, and being a dickhead to me. Okay. Oh, Busy Blue's calling me. Hi, Busy Blue. He's FaceTiming me. I'll have to call you back, friend. So sorry. We live, baby.
I want to point out that while that was a certain part of the song, the beginning of that song, the lyrics are shoot the bailiff, karate kick the plaintiff.
No.
Oh my God, it's a song. Shoot the bailiff, karate kick the plaintiff. Shoot the bailiff, karate kick the plaintiff. Okay?
We do not care.
And she's like, it's a shoot the bailiff, karate kick the plaintiff. Oh, I'm feeling faint.
After I served her.
Yeah.
So, but nobody's going to pick that up, but I am.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to pick that up, but I am.
The people sitting her at CrimeCon in the bar when she's like, I didn't do anything. I'm being attacked by a public figure. I bought my ticket here.
Duty, you don't have any water left in there. I already told you that. Duty, why are you drinking from a waterless bottle?
Yeah.
Duty's like, yeah, it's bad. And Detective First Grade is just, he's so excited.
Like the people sitting her at CrimeCon in the bar when she's like, I didn't do anything. I'm being attacked by a public figure.
Wait, no, he got a new bottle. There's water in it. Okay.
Bought my ticket here first. This is so sad.
Yeah, well, let me look at that from a law enforcement standpoint. It doesn't matter.
Let me look at that from a law enforcement. It doesn't matter. You're our friend, and you're being harassed. Okay, clearly there's a case. Let's go lock up right now.
No matter when she bought her ticket.
Yes, Ryan Stone, kindergarten cop over there. That's his other nickname. That's Detective First Grade, aka Silver Possum, is also a kindergarten cop. Okay, it's not a Tuma. Was that in Kindergarten Cop? Yeah.
Ticket. Okay. The order was in place, signed by a judge.
The order was in place. Why are you pointing at your junk, bro? Duty Ron left. He's like, I gotta poop. This is making me so nervous. He's so scared. You guys scared Duty Ron. He's an NYPD, former cop. And he got so scared by those Eminem lyrics. He got lost in the Google. Okay. And the song cut playing. He's like, and he had to run away.
Okay. Once that order is signed by a judge and in place, the fact that she bought a ticket.
The fact that she bought it don't matter. The fact that you followed your stalker to harass her and get it kicked out of an event because you're a petty individual, that don't matter. My pocket's gotten fatter. Okay. One time someone said that to me and I hit him with an RO. I said, you can't say that. Does that mean you're going to rob me? I understand what these people say. I read between the lines. I read when people read to me because I can't read.
A year in advance or whatever the case is meaningless. It has no weight of law. She's committing a crime by being within 500 feet. The fact that she bought a ticket a year in advance doesn't mean shit. Okay? She was served. She knew what she wasn't supposed to do by order of the judge. She violated.
Thank you. You're wrong again, sir. You don't know the facts. You're just allowing this woman to make you guys look like absolute fools, which looks like it's not that difficult to do. Christina wasn't served yet. Okay? Nope. She wasn't served until she hit up the crime con. And that's where she was served. They went to her house. She was already on a plane to crime con, and her husband answered the door. You can't serve her husband for her. Losers. Oh my goodness. It's just like, boy, oh boy. This is why just don't talk to the cops.
Violated it. End the story.
End of story. We're done here. We're not going to investigate. We're not going to pull any facts. We're done. A blonde lady's giving me attention. I'm in my basement bar. My nipples are bleeding. I'm losing blood to my brain. End of story. We're done. I've decided. Kindergarten cop has decided. I'm the judge, the jury, and the executioner.
I want to point out too that I did not share.
I want to point out too that I did not.
I did not share her TikTok account with you guys. You went and found it on your own.
No one believes that. No one believes that.
No.
Oh, you didn't share Christina's name with them? These two can't Google themselves out of a box. Okay? You can't tell me that these two basement dwellers are just so tech savvy that they're like, we don't need her name. We don't need anything. We will find it. Found it. No.
Right, Jodi Ron? I did not.
No, you definitely.
Right, Jodi Ron? No, you did not. You have never shown me or said anything. Okay.
You definitely didn't share it. You definitely didn't share it. I found it because, look.
How are we going to lie here, Duty? How are we going to lie? He's like, look.
You know, all you have to do is a little detective work.
No.
So far, you've done zero detective work. Okay? Look, I found it because, well, okay, so what I did was you know, there's a box, right? I'm talking to a box right now. Okay, sometimes my grandkids come down. They're like, Grandpa, you talking to the computer? I go, I am, but it's a box to me. It looks like a box. Okay, so I go on the box. Okay, and I like box. Okay, just so no gay stuff here. Okay, I like that. Okay, anyway, so then I type on the box, not directly, because then my grandkids said you ruined the screen. Okay, they got me a very nice iMac for Christmas. I'm not really sure, but it's a very big box. Okay, and then it comes with one of these things. It's a typewriter that you connect to it, but it's like wireless. It's great, but sometimes you do need to charge it, and sometimes it dies, and until my grandkids come over, it stays dead. Okay, and then I type in, and I say pick, you know, LaurenMatthias stalker. Okay, and she popped up. Okay, it's a little detective work I do. All right, it's what we do, and we do it well.
And I wanted to know a little bit about, because I want to look.
Every time he's lying, he says, "Look." Yeah. So I want to know. Look, I want to know what you're feeling. There is some things you can't hide. No, that's a song. Okay, so. But not a scary song like Eminem's. But when I typed in Eminem, I saw the green guy, there's a blue guy and a red guy. And did you know the M&Ms have their own, I think it's called, it's like a HTTP, URL? Nah, it's a web sleuth. No, that's Trisha. It's a website. Yeah, they got their own. It's pretty cool. I should check it out. Just if you go on that goggle. Can find it.
I'd be able to see a little bit of the other side of it, and I wanted to actually see what you were talking about. So I did go on my own and look, and you know, I would never leave a nasty comment for somebody. I don't do that.
The fact that you have to preface that makes me think you would do that.
And I love that you encouraged during that 9-hour live stream, Lauren, because not many creators would do that. You encourage people not to cancel people, not to go over and leave comments on your behalf. You can't stop people from doing it, but you made the statement, which was very, very unique. Not many people would do that. So it's one of the many reasons why I'm friends with you, is because I love that you put the victims and their families first.
Ooh, this isn't aging well. So now, Duty Ron, knowing what we know now, that Lauren is actually behind trolling people and anonymous accounts and saying mean things and treating the victims' families like shit. Now, what say you, Duty? What say you, sir? What do you and Kindergarten Cop say? Please. Please. Please, God. Speak. Speak now, or take this video down and end the channel. Okay? Please.
We do that here. And everybody who knows us, I've been doing this since 2019. And I started out just, in my car.
I started out in my car, just talking to myself, and then one day I accidentally hit live and people were watching. Sure, I was just scratching my nuts, but people watched it. So I figure if they'll watch me scratch my nuts, they'll probably watch me talk some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And so when we saw you on your live, you were very calm. You were very restrained. You were very respectful. I thought, I got to help this lady. I got to help this lady.
And walking around with a phone, and developed into a studio setting. But Ed and I are about educating, keeping people safe.
No, you're not. You can't even educate yourselves.
Giving the forensic side to these cases.
Where's the forensics on this? Where is it?
And also helping people understand what's right and what's wrong.
Oh, God. If you are the arbiter of what's right and what's wrong, we are all in trouble.
It's inappropriate.
But go on with your bad self, Duty Pants. Go on with your duty diaper.
And in this instance here, what you've laid out, it shows everybody what's wrong with society, where people feel that it's okay to become a band of gang type mentality, where
don't join a band that's in a gang. Those bands that are also gangs. You got to be careful with the clarinet players. They suck on those reeds. There's something not right about them. Okay? They're the worst of the worst. Back in our days, me and Kindergarten Cop, whenever we saw a clarinet player, we're like, you're in a band and probably a gang. Get in the car. And then we took them in. Okay? Now, the flutes, we let the flutes go. The flutes were pretty airy. They were pretty fun, pretty light. But them clarinets, they just be sucking and sucking and sucking, and it's too much sucking. Okay? Makes us jealous. So.
You take your beef that's one-on-one, or maybe with you and another person, or whatever.
Why is she 45 and has beef?
The case may be, it's a small grouping, and now make it into a whole big bunch of people who are now, slandering and trying to, get your
slandering, sir.
Husband in trouble with his employment, or
I mean, he's not technically employed. And now we've seen receipts of some of the cases he helped with. And ooh boy, he loves to help a PDF file.
What he does, and none of it has worked, but it just goes to show you that the steps that people will take is just so ridiculous. This is childish high school stuff, Can
I ask, as law enforcement, like knowing that you went and you looked and you found it on your own, I mean, I guess I could.
You couldn't even tell us how we found it. Tell us, what were the steps? Duty. What were the steps that you found Christina's Tikky? You were like, I just detectived. I'm a detective. I did a detective. I can't share with you how I found it. But definitely it wasn't because of LaurenMatthias. Okay? She did not send me any information on Christina. It was me in my detective work. I'm very smart.
A little bit of validation. I mean, what did you guys think when you saw
Oh,
her
Lauren
accounts?
needs too much validation.
Ed, I'll let you go first.
We thought it was stupid.
It's not normal behavior. Okay, there's something wrong. Okay,
that was Kindergarten Cop's first time on Tikky. He's like, I didn't understand it. Why are we lip syncing to words that aren't ours? That's got to be illegal. Okay, it's not normal. You know what's normal? Sitting in your basement with the table behind you with the overhead lights on. Okay, with a wall full of wooden pogs behind you that says "Crime Time with Ed Wallace." It's normal. You know what's normal? Wearing a hoodie with no t-shirt underneath, just raw dogging that shit on your nipples. It's normal. Okay? Pomade's normal. This Tikky stuff is not normal.
And I believe your name is hashtag attached to these.
Yeah,
okay.
that's true. Anyone that can actually, it's true. Anyone can find it. All they have to do is type in LaurenMatthias on TikTok, and I actually think her videos are the first ones that pop up because she does hashtag my name.
So why is it linked if it's not?
So I did linked. It's linked. It's linked. You can find any creator on Tikky. Huh?
Associated to you.
That's exactly what I did to find it, Lauren. Because I didn't know her name. You didn't share her name. You actually
exactly what I did. Thank you for giving me how I did it, because I wasn't sure what I was going to say, you know, to explain how I found it. So thank you so much for saying it was hashtagged. Okay, you gave me an out, and I appreciate it. Okay, and we now know it was not hashtagged with her name. And even if it is, hashtags aren't illegal. Duty. So, Duty, are you just a liar? Let's see. Let me look. Let me do the job you refuse to do. Okay, let me see. Let me see if Duty. Let me check the Tikky. Okay, you guys, pray for me. I'm going into Tikky. Christina's Tikky, which is very scary. Okay. Oh, right away pops up Gina Kirschmeiner and Shannon Bedore from the Real Housewives of Orange County at In and Out talking about animal style. Okay. You tell me the phones aren't listening to me. And they're lip singing this song. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I feel threatened. Man, I got to check my Tikky more. I got to get better in 2026 posting on Tikky. It's just, oh, goodness. I got to get better about this, you guys. Okay. Let's try. LaurenMatthias. Lauren. I'm first. I am hashtagging her name. And eyes are looking. The first thing that pops up is LaurenMatthias. Here, let me show you guys. So I'll do the detective work, I guess. I'm not a detective. I'm not getting paid to be a detective like the detectives. All right. But the first thing that pops up when I hashtag LaurenMatthias is LaurenMatthias's, I believe, actual account, which only has 127 followers. Now I'm going to look at it, so she's going to see that I looked at it. And she might say this is harassment. But she's got no videos. Okay, that's the first thing that pops up. Okay. But the first thing that pops up is actually from Critical True Crime. All right, which is not Christina's channel. It's someone using part of a body cam and part of Christina's video here. That's okay. And then the next thing is Donna Bowling's video. Pops up, so you might have to get a civil stalking injunction on Donna too. Oh my God. And then there's this lady, Family Shadows podcast. Okay.
So if that doesn't interest you, just keep scrolling.
She's giving an update on you, Lauren. These are the top. This is under top, by the way. So
it was so small, I almost gasped
and then
into not noticing it.
You can find
I just heard her share something online.
Christina, but guess what? She doesn't hashtag. She doesn't hashtag you. The hashtags Christina uses from a video from 9/29/2025. She hashtags former friend, ex-friend, who the F was I friends with? And you can see the hashtags. I don't know. Sorry, guys, if it's not coming in clear, but there's no LaurenMatthias hashtag there. Okay. No, it's a little blurry, but you can check for yourself. I'm not lying to you. And then Critical True Crime pops up a lot. Shout out to them. Kresha's got a video there. Shout out to Kresha. She's got these two. She's got Trisha and Lauren doing the Macarena. Eh, Macarena. Ay. Oh, da 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 ba da bida ba da bida. Boom. They're not even doing it right. Eh, Macarena, the AI version. And then you got the mum drum. So Christina's not, I mean, she doesn't hashtag you. Dr. Vana, Human McNugget, Conspiracy, AB. Oh, this lady's doing this Human McNugget. I don't know who this person is. Shout out to you. I think they're doing Hidden True Crime Response.
Hidden germs. Today, we set the record straight and we respond. Dr. Babes, what is your take on this?
Don't worry, Lauren. I found a very relevant law here in one of my 5,000 books behind me. This law is actually from 1594, very relevant for this situation, Lauren. And in this specific law from Antarctica, it actually says anyone who calls my wife, LaurenMatthias, mean is wrong.
There you go, everyone. Hidden True Crime always brings receipts. Good evening.
Really? Who is this Human McNugget? I'm following you for that one. I am following you, lady. The account is Human McNugget. If you don't know, now you know. That was pretty good. That made me giggle. And then Turtle Boy Official comes up. Lauren, you got a lot of civil stalking injunctions to hand out if this is what we're going on. Again, another Christina will pop up down the line. Let me see if she hashtagged you. Okay. Let me just go to Christina and see if she has any hashtags with you. Nope. She doesn't even hashtag Hidden True Crime. So you guys are lying. I'm looking through her videos right now. She has, hashtag call it what it is, hashtag manipulation tactics, hashtag gaslighting, hashtag speak the truth, hashtag FYP, hashtag friendship. Now let's see if she did it on her infamous Eminem video. Which one is the Eminem one? Let's see if, let's look at the police call. She didn't even do it when she talked to Officer Broken Scrotum. Her hashtags are hashtag police officer, hashtag screenshots, hashtag accountability matters. Those are her hashtags, guys. You can look at this. You can go to Christina's Tikky for this. Objection, Your Honor. Honor spelled HONOUR. Objection, Your Honor. You can see for yourself. Good God. Where's the worms one? Oh, here's the worms. No. Everybody hates me. Eat some worms. Uh-oh. I'm going to make you eat your words. Okay, let's see if she hashtagged it there. Nope. Just hashtag bullying awareness. That's it. 9/5/2025. So unless they have proof that Christina did put LaurenMatthias, you're lying. Good. Bad luck. Bad luck. Let's check one more about the I've got receipts.
Don't lie on me. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not lie on me. And don't come over here lying on me because I'm going to tell what you said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike said.
Don't lie on me. I don't even think Christina hashtagged this. Girl, do you ever think you talking about this put you in the algorithm of this? Dummy dum dum.
Everyone in their path like shit because they're miserable.
And now you have so many more people with the LaurenMatthias hashtag. So many more people. Let's see what this lady says.
Matthias drama is to never take anything at face value ever again, because she is the poster child for weaponized white woman tears.
Yes.
And someone that I've learned to follow during this whole debacle is Joleen Lunzer. She's hilarious.
I swear to God, I did not know who this lady is. Sorry, I squealed. My dog's like, what's wrong? Stop it. I'm following you. You cutie. Family Shadows podcast. Stop. You guys, I swear to God, I swear to God. It sounds like a really shitty creator thing. Let me pull up one where someone says something nice about me. I had no idea. That's why I squealed.
And someone that I've learned to follow during this whole debacle is Joleen Lunzer. She's hilarious. And she just showed an entire comparison video last night on her live of Lauren's most recent video and one of Annie Elise's videos from 2023. And the plagiarism is fucking crazy. If I've learned anything from
Girl,
this,
okay, you guys go follow Family Shadows podcast. Shout out to you, girl. Thank you. That was so nice. That was so nice. That was so nice. Okay, you get the point though. But that was surprising. Sorry, I squealed. I was like, oh my God, that was so nice. I didn't expect that. Sorry. Oh, what's wrong, teddy bear? You gotta go potty? You gotta go potty? Okay. Can I drop the link to to her Tikky? I don't know if I can. Hold on, teddy bear. Hold on, my little love nugget. Copy link. Okay, let me send it to myself. I send it to him, and then we'll go show her love. She already has 11,000. Like, she's killing it. She's killing it. Okay, there's her Tikky. And let me send it to myself. Like I said, I need to get better about being on Tikky. Because clearly I'm like, can I send Tikky links? I think I can. I think I've done it before. Okay. All right. So let me pull this up. Share it. Okay. All right. Let me close that. And let me share the link here. You guys, if you're on the Tikky, go show this beautiful creator some love. There's her link. I'll put it in the description of the video too, since she was so kind. What a little sweetie wipe the dang seedy. Okay, so follow at Family Shadows podcast on Tikky, and then I'll put the link underneath. So if you're on the replay crew, or right now, if you can't get at it in the live chat, you can check the description. That was so sweet. That was so sweet. So that was such a nice way. I think we're going to wrap this up tomorrow. I know my doogies are like, take us for a walk, Mom. So I know, I said the word. Okay. Only Teddy's in here. But, and then producer Prince is sleeping. Yes, we gotta. So I'm going to wrap it up here, you guys. Is Jay still doing her call-in? Because I want to listen to that too. Because Jay's last call-in was so fun. So what is the timestamp we're at? Let me just mark it. 38:44. Remember that. And we'll finish this up. Because when we have Traitors tomorrow, I got to get some rest. I get a big day tomorrow. We all have a big day tomorrow. You guys. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, I'm looking for Everyday with Jay. I bet her call-in show's still going. Yes, it is. Okay. So we're going to raid Jay. We're going to show her all the love. When you go over there, the video is going to automatically redirect you to Everyday with Jay, who's doing a live call-in where you can call in and talk about, this LaurenMatthias stuff, hidden true crime, a bunch of stuff. So I linked it so that after my outro, it'll automatically head over there. And if it doesn't, just go to Everyday with Jay. And then when you get in there, say Joleen Raid, so she knows we're all coming. We're all coming from over here, you guys. And thank you again. You guys are amazing, beautiful pumpkin spice babies. I appreciate each and every one of you. I got a couple super chats to recognize. You guys are so generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, here we go. Lazy eye with the same old lazy eye. That reminds me of that same old lazy eye. All right, anyways. Silver sun pickups. Okay, anyways. Lazy, I thank you for the $4.99. Says I couldn't have watched this crap or Meeegan's hostage video without your commentary. Maybe you're my life coach, spirit animal. You know what? And I won't charge you $1,800. Okay. You just show up. Shirley Graff, thank you so much for the 10. Shirley says, I bowed out of HTC when Burnt Toast was cut out of YouTube. Yeah. How's Burnt Toast doing? Are they doing okay? And are they on a different platform now? Just curious. Chicken Head, thank you so much for the $4.99. Howdy Doody needs to man up and fix it. Yeah. Howdy Doody. Duty pants. You and Kindergarten Cop should probably come forward and correct your mistakes and apologize to Christina and the crew and your audience. That's what I would do. That's the right thing to do, but you're going to do what you want to do. I'm not Meeegan over here telling you how to live your life. AKA the cat lady, thanks for the 2. Says, I'm a little mad at the guys, mostly disappointed. It's disappointing. It is. It's lazy. It's disappointing. It's yucky. I think there was some kind of issue. I don't know if it had to do with LaurenMatthias, but it had to do with maybe something. I think Burnt Toast might have explained it, or somebody did, another channel. We went over it, but it could be a copyright issue based on like an image they use. I don't know. YouTube is really weird too with channels that do majority avatar. Sometimes they end up like demonetizing them or taking their channel down. And so I don't know the specifics, but yeah. So, all right, we're going over to Everyday with Jay. You guys, thank you to everyone in the chat, all my members, all the super chatters, everyone who participated in the chat, my replay crew. Remember to put your disco ball emoji so I know you're part of the replay crew. And remember to tell Everyday with Jay that we are raiding her ass. All right, go give her a like, show her all the love, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. And until then, always remember to enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Bye.